Okay. Sergeants, can we please start the recordings?
Computer recording started.
Cloud is ready.
Backup is rolling.
Sergeant Lugo.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to today's remote New York City Council hearing of the Committees on Finance, jointly with Housing and Buildings, Sanitation and Solid Waste Management, and Small Business. At this time, would all panelists please turn on your videos? To minimize disruption, please place electronic devices to vibrate or silent. If you wish to submit testimony, you may do so at testimony@council.nyc.gov. Again, that's testimony@council.nyc.gov. Thank you for your cooperation. Chairs, we are ready to begin.
Chair Drum, you're muted.
Thank you very much, Sergeant Lugo. Good morning and welcome to the City Council's fifth day of hearings on the Mayor's executive budget for fiscal 2022. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. We are joined by the Committee on Housing and Buildings, and soon we'll be joined by Councilmember Robert Cornegy. At this time, I'd like to announce that we are joined by Council Members Adams, Darma Diaz, Grodenchik, Koslowitz, Amphrey Samuel, Chin, Cabrera, Jonai, Powers, and Rivera. And I'm sure others will be joining us shortly. The executive budget for the Department of Housing and Preservation and Development totals $1.1 billion, up less than 5% or $53 million from its preliminary budget 3 months ago, of which $50 million comes from new federal funding. Consistent with such flat budget growth, the executive budget adds extremely modest new needs. These include $1.1 million in fiscal 2021 and 22 to cover emergency shelter costs, $874,000 in fiscal 22 for maintenance on Housing Connect 2.0 portal, $365,000 in fiscal 21, and $444,000 in fiscal 22 to supplement federally funded CBO housing contracts, and $700,000 in fiscal 22 for emergency repair work on buildings located in the 100-year flood plan. In contrast, HPD's fiscal 22 executive capital commitment plan for 21 to 25 increases HPD's 5-year capital commitments by $1.6 billion or 27% when compared with its preliminary fiscal 21 to 25 capital commitment plan. The majority of that growth is largely in programs associated with HPD's commitment to expanding low-income housing. These include the ELA or LLA, or Extremely Low and Low-Income Affordability Program, which grants financing for new construction housing projects that provide low-income rents up to 80% of the area median income, low and mixed income rental subsidies, low interest loans to multifamily building owners to facilitate rehabilitation of rental housing for low to moderate income households, and funding for supportive housing. The council is strongly supportive of HPD's efforts to preserve and expand affordable housing, including shifting subsidies to make more housing additionally affordable. We appreciate how far the administration has come on this, although we hope we can partner with them to accomplish even more. Thank you to Luke Zangerli and to Chima Obasheri from the Finance Division for the preparations for today's hearings. I'll now turn it over to our counsel. I believe it's Noah Brick today. Before we hear testimony from Commissioner Carroll, who is joined by several colleagues. So counsel, would you swear in the panel?
Thank you, Chair Drum. My name is Noah Brick and I am counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, You will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this portion of today's hearing, we will hear testimony from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses one time, and then we'll ask each witness to so affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Carroll?
I affirm.
Ms. Halm?
I affirm.
Ms. Hendrickson?
I affirm.
Ms. Oakley?
I affirm.
Mr. Johns?
I affirm.
Ms. McLaughlin?
I affirm, Mr. McLaughlin.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McLaughlin. Mr. Tigani? Do we know if Mr. Tigani is joining us today?
I don't think Mr. Tagani is joining us today.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Ms. Santiago?
I affirm.
Ms. Darga? Ms. Reynolds?
I affirm.
Thank you all. Mr. Carroll, you may begin when ready.
I'm sorry, Mr. Brick. I'm being told that Mr. Tagani is supposed to join us. He may be having trouble logging in.
Okay, let me put our IT team in touch with your city ledge affairs person and we can hope to resolve that.
Thank you.
And this is Ms. Darga. I was muted. I affirm.
Okay, thank you.
May I proceed?
You may, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Carnegie, Chair Drum, and members of the New York City Council Committees on Housing and Buildings and on Finance. I'm Louise Carroll, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Housing Preservation and Development. And today I'm joined by our Executive Deputy Commissioners, Baba Halm, Associate Commissioner for Financial Management, Rich Johns, and members of HPD's senior leadership team. As you know, on May 3rd, the remainder of our agency workforce began their return to the office. While many of our frontline staff, like our enforcement team, were out in the field and in our offices every day to make sure that our essential services never let up through the pandemic, teleworking HPD staff continued to carry out our mission to provide safe, quality, affordable housing while sheltering at home. Now that rigorous safety and social distancing measures are in place in our offices, we are thrilled to begin safely working together again. And thanks to a strong executive budget, our agency received critical funding to help us achieve our goals and to work towards an equitable recovery for all New Yorkers. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on HPD's fiscal year 2022 executive budget. I will first provide a brief overview of our budget before describing some of the agency's key priorities in the coming year. I'm then happy to answer any questions you may have. HPD's budget relies on significant investment from the city and federal governments. HPD's fiscal year 2022 executive budget is just under $1.1 billion. However, this includes about $275 million in pass-through funding for NYCHA. Setting aside this pass-through funding, HPD's budget for programs and operations is about $811 million for FY22. Of this $811 million total, $132 million comes from city funds and about $673 million comes from federal funds. That means 83% of HPD's expense budget is federally funded. A big city like New York has dynamic and diverse housing needs on a scale that requires a deeply invested federal partner. We are excited about the American Rescue Plan signed by President Biden in March, as it will help with the shortage of resources for certain subsets of our affordable housing work: homeownership, senior housing, Section 8, tax incentives, and supportive housing, to name a few. However, as you know from previous testimony, this huge proportion of federal versus city funding in the agency's budget means many of our programs are restricted by federal requirements. City funding, especially the city's tax levy, is critical for flexibility and for strengthening areas not otherwise eligible for federal grant funds. Back in 2014, at the start of this administration, HPD inherited an impressive public-private partnership capable of building and protecting 15,000 affordable homes per year. Over the next few years, with new funding and new tools, the city increased that capacity, the production capacity, to 20,000 affordable homes per year. Finally, since 2018, HPD has met and exceeded our most ambitious goal of creating 25,000 affordable homes per year, a rate the city has never achieved before, in order to fulfill the mayor's Your Home NYC promise of 300,000 affordable homes by 2026. We are thrilled that the FY22 executive budget has added $1.9 billion to fully fund the remainder of our housing plan, ensuring that we can continue to generate much needed affordable housing over the next 5 years. We are also acutely aware of how critical our investments are for the most vulnerable New Yorkers in this time of recovery. New Yorkers at the lowest income levels have been a priority since the outset of the mayoral housing plan. And last year, we changed our term sheets to ensure that at least 50% of all newly financed units would be available for families of 3 earning less than $52,000. At the start of the pandemic, the city urgently sought out new solutions to support New Yorkers experiencing homelessness, appealing to our affordable housing partners to dedicate a portion of new apartments to homeless families, in addition to meeting the existing set-asides. As a result, in addition to the more than 2,000 affordable apartments we set aside for homeless New Yorkers last year, we've identified another 1,900 apartments currently in the lease-up process that can be used to place a homeless family. We are grateful that this executive budget allows us to hire more staff and expand the capacity of our homeless placements division to meet this increased volume, and provides us with critical funds to maintain our revamped Housing Connect system, which makes it easier for New Yorkers to find and apply for affordable housing. NYC 1515 Rental Assistance Program is also aligned in this budget to ensure that the Mayor de Blasio's commitment to creating 15,000 units of supportive housing by 2030 stays on track. We know that supportive housing is one of the best tools for meaningfully addressing the needs of people in shelter who suffer from mental illness, substance use disorder, HIV/AIDS, and many other illnesses. So we look forward to continuing our work with our sister agency, the Human Resources Administration, to create more affordable housing with supportive services to make sure that New Yorkers have the support they need. HPD is also working closely with HRA on the rollout of plans for emergency rent relief. Both the city and state of New York received direct allocations through the Emergency Rental Assistance Program created by Congress. And much thanks goes to our council for your advocacy on this front. In New York State, the Office of Temporary and Disability Assistance, OTDA, will oversee the administration, and in the city, The DSS HRA will oversee implementation in coordination with OTDA. HPD is consulting with our partners across agencies to support these efforts to make sure struggling New Yorkers receive the $2.4 billion available statewide for emergency rent relief. Both renters and homeowners are experiencing the financial burden caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Most renters should be protected by the eviction moratorium now in place through August. And we are wasting no time reaching out to struggling homeowners, especially in communities of color, which have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic. This month, we completed repairs on the first home fix project, helping a low-income senior owner in Canarsie complete critical improvements to her roof, the stoop, and windows, with nearly $50,000 in no interest forgivable loan. The Home Fix program is expected to support more than 100 homeowners every year, and several more projects have already closed this month, providing small homeowners with not only financial assistance, but also counseling, technical assistance, and other forms of individualized assistance to help them achieve long-term stability. This effort goes hand in hand with our recently expanded homeowner help desk, which kicks off tomorrow in the Bed-Stuy neighborhood of Council Member Cornegie's district. Volunteers, community groups, city workers, and leaders will fan out across the neighborhood to post flyers and speak with residents to raise awareness of deed theft, scams, and the help available for struggling homeowners. Homeowners across the city can contact the help desk for one-on-one housing counseling, financial assistance, legal services, and more. But the help desk will be focusing its outreach on priority neighborhoods identified in the Mayor's Task Force on Racial Inclusion and Equity, according to equity burdens and the impact of COVID-19 over the past year. The pandemic has exacerbated long-standing housing, economic, and racial disparities in New York City and across the country. This unprecedented crisis emphasizes the need to explore new tools to address these disparities. One way we're doing that is by using what we've learned in developing our Where We Live New York City Fair Housing Plan to make equitable investments that address the neighborhood-based legacy of discrimination, segregation, and concentrated poverty. In March, we released our shared equity request for information to help our agency explore shared equity models that enable low to moderate income households and households of color build wealth through collective ownership of neighborhood assets such as homes, businesses, land, and others, while keeping these assets affordable for their communities in the long term. With the information we gather from their RFI, we expect to release a subsequent request for proposals or expressions of interest soon. HPD strives to advance and incorporate racial inclusion and equity in every aspect of our work because we know that it is central to our mission to promote the quality and affordability of the city's housing and the strength and diversity of its many neighborhoods. Last month, we released our second RFP, issued exclusively for MWB developers as part of this administration's commitment to creating opportunities and addressing disparities for minority and women-owned developers. This RFP will create nearly 180 affordable homes on 2 city-owned sites, including one dedicated to seniors in Prospect Heights, Brooklyn. Making sure MWB firms can participate and benefit from the city's work to build affordable, inclusive, and integrated neighborhoods is critical to ensuring an equitable recovery for all New Yorkers. In conclusion, the important work that I've outlined reflects the urgency of the needs on the ground and the vision for the kind of city that we want to be. I want to thank the council for the leadership and collaboration that has allowed us to achieve the far-reaching policies and progress that we've secured to date. More can and must be done, and I look forward to continuing to work together. Thank you again for the opportunity to discuss HPD's budget and our priorities in the coming year. This concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Let me start off by asking you a few questions about the federal stimulus funding. The American Rescue, I wanted to just mention also that we have been joined by Majority Leader Cumbo, Council Members Lewis, Lander, Gibson, and Ayala. The American Rescue Plan provided approximately $5 billion to HUD for community development and housing programs. In the fiscal 22 executive budget, HPD expects to recognize almost $50 million more in federal funding in fiscal 22 than it did in 21. So is that an accurate figure of how much federal stimulus money HPD expects to receive? And can you describe for us which programs is being received, or how much money is going to each program, and how is it being utilized?
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. HPD will receive $269 million in home funding through the American Rescue Plan. We are waiting for guidance from HUD as to how we can spend this money, what rules are attached to the funding, and we expect to get that guidance soon. Typically, home funds, as you know, is used to provide senior housing, rental assistance, social services, but we expect that the home rules would be expanded so that we may be able to use these funds more in furtherance of our support of homeless families, but we're waiting for HUD to give us appropriate guidance.
Would you know at this point if there's a certain date by which funding would have to be spent?
I will turn to our Associate Commissioner for Budget and Fiscal, Rich Johns, to respond to that question.
Yes, thank you. So the stimulus funding will be through the American Rescue Plan will be available through 2030.
23. Okay, thank you.
2030. Sorry.
I'm sorry?
Just to be clear, 2030.
2030. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Commissioner, you had mentioned that $262 million figure, I think, in terms of federal money coming in. So is that inclusive of the money from the CARES Act and the new money that's coming in, or that's separate? Can you just explain that to me? Because our figure was different.
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. It gives me an opportunity to clarify. So it's $269 million in home funding that we received under the American Rescue Plan. Under the CARES Act, we received $15.8 million in funds for our Section 8 rental assistance program. And so these funds will be used to help further optimize our Section 8 program. As we've seen through the pandemic, the days of crowds of folks coming to the first floor of Section 8 in our building at 100 Gold Street is not viable for the future. And so we would like to have a contactless, fully automized system for Section 8. So we're going to use some of the money for that. We're going to use some of that $15.8 million for administrative costs as well. And so this 15.8 plus the $269 million is what we've received so far from the combined rescue funds from the federal government.
And Commissioner, I think I read somewhere, because you mentioned also the Section 8 vouchers. Is there going to be a new opening for applications to Section 8 coming up next week?
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. We are always receiving applications for Section 8. While we expect an influx in Section 8 vouchers, We don't have them yet, but HPD is always receiving applications for Section 8, and we're always issuing applications for Section 8.
Okay, because I received a notice from, I believe it was the Stonewall Senior Foundation, saying that there would be a new application period starting on the 17th.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. I think I would like to call on Ahmed Tigani, who's just joined us, to further clarify the issue concerning this application.
Thank you for the question, Council Member. I'm not particularly familiar with notices that have gone out or notices that would go out to that organization, but as the Commissioner said, we are constantly working with our partners in development, and we're working both in asset property management here at HPD and with the development team to make sure that project-based projects, other projects that receive housing vouchers are constantly being reviewed, and we're trying to meet that need. I'm happy to follow up with your office specifically to get more details and get a specific answer to you.
Okay, good, and I'll forward the email that I got to you as well, so we can.
Thank you, sir.
Yep. Okay, let's talk a little bit. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Councilmember, I believe that this notice went out from HCR, which is why maybe Ahmed and I are not familiar with it, but we will verify that for you.
Okay, all right, thank you. Yep. The executive budget adds $700,000 in city funds in fiscal 2022 and the out years for emergency repair work on properties that are in the 100-year floodplain and are not eligible for CDBG funded repair work. So how will these funds be used?
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. So a lot of while CDBG does cover ERP and AEP work, they require that the funding be used on properties that have insurance. A lot of the properties in the floodplain are single and two-family structures, and they often do not have insurance. So it's really necessary for us to find a different source in order to help these families, and that's why we're using tax levy here instead of CDBG.
So how will HPD determine which properties to allocate the funding toward?
So we have about, there are estimates of 71,500 residential buildings in the 100-year floodplain, representing about 183,000 units. And so we know we've identified these properties, and we're not including NYCHA, by the way, in those numbers. So according to our data, there are about 385 buildings in the floodplain that have been financed by HPD through 2014, from 2014 to December 2020. And in order to further clarify how we pick these properties, I will turn to Deputy Commissioner Anne-Marie Hendrickson to further explain how they come through her. Sorry, Anne-Marie Santiago, to further explain how we pick these properties.
Good morning, Council Member. As you probably know, we do emergency repairs in buildings as they come up. So we would go to anywhere in the city where there's an emergency condition where we've issued a violation, the owner has not complied, and the emergency repair program is going to restore heat or address lead issues. AEP buildings are selected on an annual basis, and they're selected according to the criteria in the law, in the AEP law. And for those buildings that happen to be selected and happen to be in the floodplains, they require this funding source.
Can you just break down a little bit for me what's required by law in terms of determining who gets the funding?
Again, if the building is physically located in the floodplain, and that is the location where we have to do the emergency repair, or where the emergency alternative enforcement building is located, that's how it's determined. If the building is not physically in the floodplain, then we're able to use the CDBG funds to cover those repairs.
Okay, I'm following you. Thank you. Okay. Can you get us a breakdown on how much of this funding is allocated to specific neighborhoods?
So the funding isn't allocated by neighborhood. It's a general funding, and we use it as the buildings, the specific buildings come up into our workload.
But do you have data on the neighborhoods that you allocated it to?
We have data on the neighborhoods we've spent it in so far, right? We
Okay,
can't
can you get
project
that
the
data?
future. Absolutely, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Commissioner, I want to talk a little bit about emergency shelters with you. As you know, I had a terrible fire in my district about a month or so ago. Over 100 and something families with displaced, 100 and something units were burned, or the folks couldn't return to them. Over 500 people displaced. I know that it's been an issue in the community about getting the folks to register, basically because of lack of documentation. But much of that documentation was left in their apartments when they had to escape the fire. So has that issue been resolved? And in the long term, is there a way that folks can get around that issue of documentation so that we don't face that in future incidents or fires? And then on top of that, many of the folks were also undocumented, probably the majority were undocumented. So getting documentation for them was even that much harder because of their immigration status. Can you address that issue for me a little bit, please?
Thank you so much, Council Member, for that question.
And by the way, Commissioner, I want to thank you also for your flexibility in terms of extending their stays in the hotel. And I'm really glad that we were able to work together on that.
Thank you, Council Member. So am I. It is heartbreaking when there are fires in the city, because not only do people lose all of their personal possessions, but during the school year, we understand that children need to be near their school, and parents need to be able to go to work. And the challenge for us in finding places for people to stay near where their lives are is one that concerns us very much. So we are happy to work with you and the tenants in order to help them stabilize their lives, especially in a pandemic. So in terms of registration, you know, we understood the challenges that the tenants were facing, which is why we worked with Moya, we worked with DOB, OEM, CAU, all of us together with HPD and Anne Marie Santiago's team have been meeting, and Hendrickson actually, have been meeting regularly to try to address the tenants' issues. Immigration status is not a factor in terms of registering with HPD. We've tried to make sure that any language barriers were resolved by having Moya be involved in able to do translation and flyers. What we're really looking for in terms of information from the tenants is their household income and composition. That's really what we're focused on. Because from the moment we had the fire, I asked my team to locate housing within Queens, and our marketing folks have been locating housing within Queens in order to be able to match the tenants appropriately with the housing that we find, both in marketing and through re-rentals. We've contacted CHIP in order to get lists of apartments from them that's available as well in Queens, but we cannot match the tenants to either rental assistance, which they most likely will need, or to the apartments that we're finding unless they give us that information. And so it's been quite distressing. I think that we've only gotten about 30 registrations out of the 89 folks that we're working with. I know that Anne Marie Santiago is in constant touch with DOB. About 20 units in the B section of the apartment complex may be available for those families to move back into soon. But the A line is going to be offline for about 12 months. So it's whatever help we can get to impress upon them that the immigration status doesn't matter, and that all we're trying to do is figure out how many people and what their income is so we can get them stable housing.
And Commissioner, when I mentioned immigration status, I know that to you it doesn't matter. The problem with the immigrant community is oftentimes they don't have access to documentation or identification as others would. So when they lose it, it's almost impossible for them to, secure that. And I think you do require some documentation in terms of identification. Am I correct about that?
Thank you, Council Member, for that question. So my Deputy Commissioner, Henry Hendrickson, has been working very, very closely with the tenants. So I would like to give a little bit more color of what the interactions have been and what the issues have been. We're waiting for Anne-Marie Hendrickson to be unmuted. We have two Anne-Maries. I can see them side by side on my screen.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner, and thank you. Good morning, Chair Drum. Just to add to what Commissioner was explaining about the emergency housing services registration service kind of procedures. What we're looking for in terms of identification, sir, we are very flexible in terms of the paperwork. We would take a school letter. Okay, if the children are going to school, we would take a letter from a doctor's office, anything of that nature that associates the family with the address at the building is all we're really seeking. So I do think that what we are willing to do and what we've offered to do and will continue to offer is working individually with each family to get that information, to help them get to the resources that can provide them with that information. And again, just to reiterate the Commissioner's point, there are about 90 families in the hotels, but there are really about 133 families that were displaced from the building. We only have about 30 registrations. And again, we really want to work individually with each family to get that information and that household composition information, because we would really like to assist those families that are going to be displaced long-term with making housing referrals. But without having that information, we don't have the type of information needed to be able to match them to apartments that they can afford. And that's really important in our minds. We don't want to put someone into an apartment that they can't afford. So we are seeking to maybe do a tenant meeting on Tuesday evening with all of the residents. And as the Commissioner said, all of the city agencies that have been helping us will be there. Moya, OEM, who's been great and such a great partner on this. My colleague, Anne-Marie Santiago, will be there to talk to them about the building and kind of the stages of return. So we do encourage all residents to come to that meeting. It's an opportunity for everyone to hear the same messaging and kind of get the same information and ask questions and enable us to assist them, which is really what we'd like to do. We know this has been extremely traumatic for them, and we want to be there to help them and guide them through transitioning to get back to their building or to another affordable apartment in the interim. So we definitely want to work with your office in any way we can.
Please do continue to reach out to us on that, and we'll follow up with you. And I'm glad to hear that you recognize that there is a difference between the leaseholders and families that live there, because many of the families were not the leaseholders. They were doubled up with other families. Not supposed to happen, but that in fact is the case. So that is the difference between the 90 and the 133, I think, that you mentioned.
Yes, and we'll work with each household, because again, while we know that they may not have been the leaseholder, as long as they can prove that they were at that address and they can prove their identity, we will provide them with the services that they need.
Okay, thank you very much. And then even more generally in this regard, I think in the executive budget, it adds 1.1 million in fiscal 21, 22, and the out years for community consulting contracts to cover the cost of services for individuals and families who are not eligible for the CDBG funded emergency shelters. So what is the purpose of these funds and which organizations are funded by HPD for these services?
That particular money that was added to the budget, those are monies, our shelter system, our emergency housing services is funded with CD money. And under the CD regulations, under the HUD regulations, we do need to ask about immigration and citizenship status. While it has no bearing on whether we provide services, it's a question we have to ask. And for those families who cannot answer or choose not to answer, we needed this alternative funding to be able to continue to provide them with the services that they need. In our emergency housing services, we work with several organizations. Red Cross is kind of our front line, and they're our first opportunity to assist the families in the first few days.
And John Waldman, by the way, is what has been great. He's been wonderful.
Yes, Red Cross is a true partner and has been with us for many years. And then we also then work after Red Cross, which is again, first few days, we work with several not-for-profit organizations, one in each borough, in Harlem, in the Bronx, and in Brooklyn. And these are our family centers. And these are where, after the first initial days that Red Cross has them in hotels, we then transition them to our family centers. And we also work and have kind of individual relationships with SRO providers for those adult household families, for those households that do not have children. So those are the kind of the organizations that kind of complement the Emergency Housing Services Program.
And can you tell me the overall budget for the emergency shelters? I know you're adding $1 million, but what is the overall budget?
If I can, Rich, may I just ask you to turn to you for that, to my budget person for that question? I don't know the number off the top of my head.
Of course, no problem. It fluctuates, but it's about $27 to $28 million.
Okay, thank you. And just finally, before I turn it over to my colleagues for questions, what is the current population of these shelters?
Currently, we have about 1,300 families, I believe, and that's split between the family centers and between the SROs. Let me give you specific numbers. Give me 1 second, sir.
Okay.
I can provide that.
You have that, Louis? Thank you.
There are about 157 households living in family shelters, 333 adults, 340 children. There in the SROs, there are 575 households, which really translates to 752 adults. And so the total head count, all told, is 732 households for a total of 1,434 total head count.
Okay, thank you. And I jumped the gun by saying it was my last question. I have just one last follow-up.
Sure.
What have you mentioned schools and being close to schools? Do these families, when they move to the temporary shelters, to the hotels, are they eligible for school bus service to take the children to their home school where they were previously registered prior to the fire?
What we do at all of our family centers, we have a Department of Education liaison on site. And what we do is try to arrange to make sure that they have appropriate transportation to their schools.
So does the DOE, they provide that?
I think what they, again, depending on the age of the children, I know sometimes for the children who are taking trains, who are high school, they do Metro cards. And I think they do try to arrange for more of the younger children to have some sort of busing services. I just need to follow up just to confirm those details, but the DOA liaison is very helpful in assisting the families and making sure their children get to school properly.
Okay, I would love to get those numbers, and I'll ask the DOE that question also when we get to our oversight hearing with the DOE. But thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, let me turn it over to council, who's going to call on council members for questions.
Thank you, Chair Drum. We've been joined by your co-chair, Councilmember Cornegy. Perhaps he would like to, if he's ready, I'm finding him on my screen, if he'd like to do his opening statement and go to his own questions.
No, in the interest of time, I will let my colleagues begin their round of questioning and I'll come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have questions, please, from Councilmember Lanter, followed by Councilmember Chin. As a reminder, please, council members, please use the Zoom raise hand function to be added to the queue, and you'll have 5 minutes when prompted by the sergeant. So Councilmember Lander, followed by Councilmember Chin.
Starting time.
Thank you very much to our council and the chairs and the commissioner. Commissioner, I want to start with a word of praise. Last night, we had a meeting with tenants from 11 buildings owned by Greenbrook Partners, this predatory equity firm that has bought up 60 buildings in Brooklyn and is evicting tenants right and left and engaging in construction as harassment. And Lois Winters from your team and also Sarah Desmond from DOB were on that call. And I just can't tell you how helpful they were. They've been working with tenants in some of those buildings already for a couple of years and have just stepped right up to really recognize just what a disaster this is. So I want to thank you for the work that the administration's been doing to strengthen its capacity to fight harassment. That leads to my first question, though. I know that you've had some limited headcount and there's been attrition, and that these are a couple of divisions that we've been trying to staff up and grow over recent years. And I think it's possible that the pandemic is impinging on that growth. So do you have what you need to keep growing these very strong anti-harassment units in your at HPD so that it could support these tenants in the 60 Greenbrook buildings and of course many, many, many more all around the city?
Thank you, Council Member, for first recognizing the hard work of our HPD staff. I will let Lois know that you mentioned her specifically. I'm so proud of the team and what we've done. As you recall, in the pandemic, there was a time when we were all making calls to allow the city to borrow funds to keep all of our services going, and there was a threat of layoffs. And I'm so proud to this administration's work and OMB and our excellent team in preventing layoffs. And so during the pandemic, we went to a 3-to-1 hiring program, 3-to-1 attrition hiring, in order to reduce the need for laying off our excellent staff. I'm pleased to say that now that stimulus funds have been coming from the federal government, OMB has released or relaxed that 3-for-1 hiring rule to a 2-for-1. They're allowing promotions and raises as well to begin again so that we can reward staff that have been working and going above and beyond throughout the pandemic. So we always get the job done, Council Member. This is an amazing, amazing team. And
Commissioner, I appreciate that answer, but I'm just going to note for the record, I think in a few of these divisions where you were building up strength to do more, that we have to go beyond going from 3-to-1 to 2-to-1. I think there's plenty of places where that's fine, but in strengthening these new anti-harassment units that you were just building up, I think it is appropriate for us to look as a council at pushing to make sure we use especially some of those one-time funds to really go at these problems. So that may be an area, colleagues, that we want to drill down on a little more. I know some of that was in the council's budget response. My second question is, I looked because last night we were talking about the possibility of applying the certificate of no harassment rule, that legislation is set to sunset toward the end of this year, and HPD is supposed to prepare for the council a report on that program so that we can use it in deciding whether to extend or expand the program. Can you just confirm for me that you're aware that that report is due and will have it for us soon?
Thank you so much, Council Member, for that question. Yes, we are. I have reviewed the report. It is going through one more level of review, and it will be to the council shortly. We apologize for the delay, and we will get that to you as soon as possible.
That's great. We still have, it expires, I think, September 30th. So, with that report, I think we made it due 6 months ahead of the expiration. So we would have time to review it and then work with the administration on in what form it should be extended or expanded or renewed or, whatever decision we'll make. Okay, and then my last question speaks to this issue of supportive housing and the possibility of acquiring vacant hotels or other properties that Chair Drum referred to and that we've talked about in the past. I just continue to have the concern that without some model like a land bank or some way for the city to do bulk acquisition, that if we seek to finance each individual deal in the normal way where it's fully designed and we work out all the rehab and we figure out all the service money and we let a provider do the whole deal in that way, that we will at best do a very small number of units and miss the opportunity to significantly scale up our supportive housing at this moment. So is HPD, I hear you that you need to wait to know what ARP funds can be used in that way. And obviously we hope to get infrastructure money, but is the city doing something that might enable us to really scale up at this moment and a significant acquisition that could actually broadly expand our supportive housing?
Time expired.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember, for that question. We have done a lot. I'm just going to take a little bit of time to tout the supportive housing production that we've done so far. So we've created more than 7,000 units of supportive housing so far, and we continue to produce record numbers of supportive housing. We have our Pillars program, under which we have been purchasing properties in just the way that you described, in order to buy properties that are strategically placed in the market and that are efficient and cost effective in order to do just that. We continue to review hotel proposals on a rolling basis. I know that our team has been working with DHS on one, and there's another that's imminent with HDC. So it's not that we're not poised to just buy properties. For example, we bought 90 Sands with, as is, and didn't wait for it to be rehabbed. That, we just closed on the rehab, I think in December, but we had purchased that property a couple of years before, and then took it through ULURP in order to make it, turn it into residential and then do the rehab. So we're not, for properties that we buy strategically, we buy them outright. We use Neighborhood Restore as a not-for-profit to buy, or we actually give the money to a different not-for-profit to do the acquisition. And then we sort of let it sit in our pipeline. We do emergency repairs if need be, but otherwise we let it sit in our regular pipelines. What we're really missing is the pricing to be a place where it is rational. For example, even with the clusters program, where we're working with HRA and DHS to end the clusters program, we bought phase 1 and 2. We're currently working to buy phases 3 and 4. And again, we're buying these properties as is, we're giving it to Neighborhood Restore, then to a not-for-profit and putting it in our pipeline. So we're doing that work constantly, and we're constantly reviewing hotel proposals from both for-profits and not-for-profits. Fortunately or unfortunately, people are banking on New York City's recovery, and that's a good thing. And so they're holding on to their properties, and they're not reducing pricing in a way that makes it cost effective, but we'll be there to grab them as they come.
Thank you very much.
Can I jump in before we go forward? Thank you, Brad.
Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I definitely want to thank Councilmember Margaret Chin for pinch hitting for me, and obviously Chair Drum. Good morning, and thank you for attending today's fiscal year 2020 executive budget hearing. I'm Councilmember Robert Cornegy, and I'm the chair of the Council's Committee on Housing and Buildings. I'd first like to thank Councilmember Danny Drum, Chair of the Committee on Finance, for his tireless work throughout the budget cycle. Second, I'd like to thank my colleagues in attendance for taking part in today's hearing, as well as the representatives from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development. Under Housing New York, HPD has financed approximately 178,000 affordable housing units over the life of the plan. There's much to celebrate about this level of production, which has exceeded projected targets and production goals. However, consistently overlooked in the administration's housing priorities are adequate pathways to homeownership and sufficient services for at-risk homeowners. You've heard me say this a gazillion times. Homeownership represents real equity for our communities, and now there are serious looming questions over the threats to housing sector in the immediate post-COVID world. Threats to tenants and homeowners alike. Throughout my time as chair of this committee, I've continued to see in this administration an unwillingness to adequately provide resources that focus on homeownership and mitigating the challenges and barriers confronted by those attempting to secure affordable home ownership in this housing market. As we enter the waning months of the current administration and legislative session, I'd like to discuss how we can cement a lasting impact that leads to security for tenants as well as homeowners in New York City. I look forward to a productive dialogue with you, Commissioner, as always. Thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me to begin there. I have certain questions that are obviously centered around that premise, and I'll begin those questions right now. As soon as I pull them up, just give me 1 second, please. I want to start with the Open Door Home Ownership Program, and I know that much has been talked about in terms of tenancy and the affordable housing market. But I want to talk about the Executive Capital Commitment Plan for fiscal 21 through 25 includes $83.5 billion for the Open Door program. Can you please provide the number of units built utilizing the program over the course of the current administration? Can this be disaggregated by borough and council district?
Thank you, Council Member, for that excellent question. I know we've discussed this issue a number of times. I just want to start by saying that homeownership is something that is really very, very important to this administration and to HPD. We recognize that homeownership among people of color has been declining at a scary rate. And that especially now in the economic crisis that's part of the pandemic, the ability for folks who even have homes to keep them and to hold on to them is a challenge. I'd like to tout our homeownership numbers to date. So to date on the Housing New York, we financed over 43,000 units of homeownership. In addition, as part of that financing, we financed ENCP homes, we financed Mitchell-Lama homeownership, we have financed homeownership on CLTs. We are currently working to increase our down payment assistance from $40,000 per potential homeowner to much more than that, and we hope to be able to announce that very soon, because we believe that in addition to financing homeownership, there's a lot of naturally occurring homeownership on the market, that if we can give people the money in hand to cover that down payment and reduce their costs, we can also make a dent there. There is a federal bill to help create tax credits to support the cost of providing home ownership, which is where our issues arise with the Open Door program. That in order to close on these units, the cost of production is exceeding the term sheet levels that we have. So we've only closed, to answer your question, we've only closed 2 projects under the Open Door term sheet. And it is because of the real cost of that program. So we're hoping that if we can get federal tax credits to work on the homeownership side in the way that it works on the rental side in order to bring in equity and reduce cost, that is one way. So our federal team is working on that bill right now. And we're continuing to try to refine the cost and the AMI levels to make that Open Door term sheet work. But I assure you, Council Member, Open Door is not the only way that we're working to help homeowners. We're expanding the homeowner help desk with the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. We're in Southeast Queens, in the Bronx, in Central Brooklyn. We're going to be out there tomorrow. I will be there with my team, handing out flyers, talking to folks, directing them to the Center for New York City Neighborhoods. Enterprise and the AG's office just gave us, I think it was $800,000 for that program. in order to really help homeowners with counseling, refinancing, legal fees, etc., in order to make sure that home ownership is something that is not a stress and a burden. We're also closed on our first Home Fix property, where we helped with a homeowner with basically a grant, a zero interest loan of over $50,000 in order to stabilize her property. So we have a lot of tools that we're using. The open door term sheet continues to be something that we're working on to refine.
So I respect and appreciate that, but it seems as though the administration, this is not a shot at you because it's happened way before you. It seems as though the administration's commitment to this aggressive 300,000 units of affordable housing, and in most instances, deep affordability, which I do respect, is actually in some degree coming at the expense of home ownership. And I believe that we can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I've said this, I think, from the first time that I took over, that we have to have the same resources and commitment to creating affordability in home ownership that we've had to creating it. And the administration has made no bones about it. And I respect the fact that they've made this commitment to a very aggressive goal of 300,000 units of affordable housing. The same commitment clearly has not been made to home ownership. And now, as a result of that, we find ourselves post-pandemic, and the numbers, like you said, in communities of color and marginalized communities, we have less home ownership than we did in 1970 in the Black community, which is a travesty, and we have to take some responsibility for it. Now, there are mitigating circumstances that have led to that, but largely some of the city's programs which have not supported that contribute to it. So I never wanted to leave a legacy of leaving the council worse than what I found it, but in this instance, in terms of pathways to affordable home ownership in an increasingly unaffordable city. If we look at unaffordability as it relates to tenancy juxtaposed to home ownership, it's night and day. The homes have escalated to, in my district, we just saw this very public discussion, the mayoral discussion around what the median household price is. I don't want to touch that, but I knew if they would have asked me, I would have said $900,000, because everywhere I look within my district, a shell is $900,000, quite frankly. So the same commitment has not been made. I want to point that out. You and I still have the opportunity to work several months together. I know it's budget season, but really laying a pathway, a foundation for, in my absence at least, you may be staying through several administrations. I only get to stay through 2 or 1, but really a pathway to make sure that the hardworking New Yorkers don't have a legacy of paying rent solely for the rest of their lives, and they have an absolute opportunity to buy into the American dream. In our communities, we know that the labor movement has created a pathway to the middle class, and that pathway has also been wrought by home ownership and home purchases, which has allowed us to build equity and increase wealth and transfer wealth. And the fact that we're leaving this administration worse and with less ability to do that than before has to be looked at. And we still have a chance to right the ship. So I'd like to work with you in that regard going forward.
So thank you, Council Member. I want to say that the 2 open door projects we financed created 129 home ownership units of home ownership. I also.
Well, that's way better context than two.
Thank you. I just wanted to stress that. When we do developments, we tend to finance as many units as we can in one development. So there were 129 units of home ownership created under our ANCP program, which is the tenants that are renting to become homeowners. There were 128 units financed under Housing New York. So when we talk about over 43,000 units of homeownership finance, there's a lot to unpack in that number. So I apologize for leading with 2 developments rather than the number of units of homeownership housing that were created as part of that financing. But we recognize that we have done a lot. for homeowners, but we recognize that we can and want to and should do more. And it is why we are constantly redefining and retooling. So we really believe that that increased down payment assistance, putting that cash in a family's hands to be able to go out and say, I can afford that unit now because I can make that down payment, is one of the tools. The other tool is making sure that there are more sources in homeownership financing, the same way these sources exist for rental housing. And we're working on that on the federal level. And, you know, I would love to have Associate Commissioner Kim Darga from Preservation Finance just elaborate on all the home ownership work that we do in her division. Kim?
Good morning, council member.
Hey, good morning.
Nice.
I mean, Associate.
It's nice.
Good morning.
Good. It's nice to see you again.
Always.
So I have to say, I'm really excited about the work that we've done the last few years. And I think with a lot of encouragement from you and other council members across the city, in addition to really building the ANCP pipeline and making sure that those buildings move forward, and exploring new programs like Open Door, we did launch Home Fix, I think with a lot of encouragement for you to really help homeowners across the city that are struggling to make repairs and maintain their financial stability. And we're really excited that the first one completed, but we do have over 150 applicants that are moving through the scoping process now, and we do expect that will actually meet a huge unmet demand in New York City to help existing lower income homeowners stabilize their properties. We also launched, it doesn't get a lot of discussion, but the Community Restoration Fund, which is a program to help basically homeowners that have distressed mortgages, where they may be insured by Fannie Mae or FHA, and they're delinquent. And rather than have those delinquent mortgages sold to the highest bidder, we work with partners including Neighborhood Restore and the Center for New York City Neighborhoods and Manny to acquire those distressed mortgages and then work with the homeowner to afford a mortgage modification. That program is slowed down because of the restrictions around moving foreclosures forward, which I think we all understand the importance of right now. But we are really watching what happens when those restrictions are lifted to make sure that we are prepared to be able to step in to help stabilize those homes and keep homeowners in them. We also, with a lot of support again from council, we are this year with the $500,000 in the budget this year and another $500,000 in the budget next year, working with a range of community-based organizations to do more proactive and targeted outreach to homeowners that have municipal delinquencies and that may be at risk of the tax lien sale, in addition to the help desk that our commissioner mentioned. And then finally, I think I can't, I guess, leave this conversation without expressing how excited I am to see that there may actually be true relief coming from federal resources to help homeowners that are struggling, given what has happened for the last year, especially, and more historically, with mortgage relief, with relief for municipal charges, and other payables, including utilities and insurance costs. And so I think we're watching what happens with that funding really closely to see how it's going to be utilized in New York City, and also figure out how we could potentially help complement or supplement that funding to further support homeowners. So thank you for the opportunity to talk about all of the programming, and I certainly would look forward to talking more about what you think the gaps are and how we can be helpful. Thank you.
I do want to point out a couple of things. One is the administration or HPD's willingness in the person of both the commissioner and the associate commissioner to work in this area. I just wish we could have gotten more done. I'm not citing that you haven't attempted and we haven't had this conversation ad nauseum and you haven't attempted to address it. I just want, as this is my last budget, to really make a resounding statement for what I would have preferred to see in terms of commitment from the administration. That is not, again, a direct shot at either you or Commissioner Carroll. I just thought we could have gotten way more done. And now we're coming out of a pandemic in a worse situation for homeowners than we've ever been in this city, or at least since the Depression. And it's a sobering thought that so many people can be displaced, not only from their residences in terms of tenancy, but also in terms of home ownership. A couple of things I do want to remind you that I did ask if we could have the numbers that you mentioned, Commissioner, disaggregated by district and by community. If you don't have that present now, if you could get that to me, I would greatly appreciate it. And then lastly, the part of the problem that we've seen is being able to close out these projects. So while you cited 2 developments that are 100+ units, there are several of these projects that are sitting on my desk right now, unable to close. I'd just like for you to cite for me what the barriers to closing the lion's share of these projects that are affordable housing, affordable home ownership projects that still remain. If you could just cite for me and for the record what the barriers to closing those are at this point, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Councilmember, for your question and for your support of our continued efforts to provide home ownership in the city. A lot of the open door developments are scattered sites and on small lots. And so that has contributed to the complexity of trying to close these developments. The size of the lots and the fact that there are so many of them, it has really been one of the key factors in addition to the cost of bringing all of that together. So my team is working diligently with OMB as well as the developers who have these developments. I can tell you, I am often included in their emails back and forth because we are really all hands on deck in trying to make sure we can move these projects forward. But again, I say that we look forward to working with you in the future. I'm excited about the federal bills that we're pushing and that we're working on. I'm excited on the team's work to use the home funding to increase that down payment assistance. We think that down payment assistance should be available nationally to people at a certain AMI level at a much higher level than it is right now. So we're going to lead in New York City with where we think it should be, and then we will advocate on the federal level to make this more nationally available.
So I'm going to allow my colleagues to ask questions, but thank you so much, Chair Drum in particular, for indulging me to let me come in and ask my questions at this time. Councilmember Drum is a true gentleman and a scholar. Thank you, colleagues, for allowing me to do that.
Thank you, Councilmember Cornegie. I'll take care of you later, and in rewards or something. You're very kind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Drum, Chair Drum.
Let's go to our next council member, please.
Thank you, Chair Drum. Before we move on, I want to recognize that we were joined by Councilmember Van Bramer, Minority Leader Matteo, and Councilmember Rosenthal. We will next hear from Councilmember Chin, followed by Councilmember Dharma Diaz.
Starting time.
Thank you. Thank you to both chair. And it's been a pleasure, working with Chair Drum, of course, and Chair Cornegie. I mean, your advocacy for homeownership is tremendous. And I wanted to follow up on that question, is that I know that it's not easy because one of the the development in my district, there were supposed to be a certain number of units for affordable homeownership, and it didn't happen because of financing. But luckily, it was turned into senior housing, so I'm not totally sad about that. But it's been great working with your staff, Commissioner, at HPD. We have done some wonderful, programs together, and I just want to make sure that in the neighborhood pillow program, I mean, I still have 2 projects in my district that I wanted to make sure that it happens. We're still in discussion because when you talk about supportive housing, we need that in my district, especially supportive housing for seniors. I mean, not every senior is lucky enough to get into a senior housing, and the waiting list is tremendous. I mean, the last count was 200,000. They're sitting on these waiting lists for senior housing forever, and we're just not building fast enough. I know that in the SARA program, I just want to make sure the senior housing are on track. But I just want to look at the Pillars program. I think the question is like, how many nonprofit organization has been able to benefit from that, and how many building have you been able to purchase with the 275 million in financing that was made available? So that's one question. The other question that I wanted to also focus on is maybe it's relating to your advocacy on the federal level, getting tax credit for homeownership. We have built a lot of affordable housing, but how do we look at the affordable housing pool that we have and to be able to turn some of that into affordable homeownership? Because for a family that's lucky enough to have won the lottery and got into an affordable unit, they're going to be there for a long, long time. But how do we help? Can we help them become homeowners? Are there buildings that has been, there for a long time? Can we transition those buildings into affordable homeownership so that these families who are lucky enough to get an affordable unit will be able to build equity for their family? Because those apartments, in some ways, is passed on to the next generation. And so the stability, how do we maintain that? How do we give them the opportunity? Because the housing market is crazy. I mean, it's so expensive. Even if you talk about buying a co-op apartment, I mean, a studio apartment in Manhattan is more than $500,000. But in the old days, there were opportunity where some of the building, like in Queens, were turned into co-op. And that's what the, affordable homeownership opportunity came about for a lot of working families. So I wanted to look at, like, how do we help, these families who are lucky enough to be an affordable unit? Are there programs that you're thinking about, or maybe the whole idea of the federal tax credit, would that help to transition some of these buildings who are run by, let's start with the one that's run by nonprofit. Can we start with them first and to see how we can help them, transition, those affordable rental unit into affordable homeownership unit? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Chin, for that question and for your continued support and of our agency and our work and for our partnership. To tackle the first part of the question, which is the Pillars program, we have purchased 12 buildings as part of the Pillars program, and of that 12, with about 479 units in these 12 buildings. We have there's another 35 buildings with 3,243 units that have closed with Pillars as a secondary program, where we've given just a tax exemption to support the acquisition of that property, of those properties.
Time expired.
So we have a list of pre-qualified people who can purchase properties as part of the Pillars program. Not-for-profits are part of that pre-qualified list, but we don't just let anybody go out and purchase properties. They have to be good partners in order to do that. We have the TIL ANCP program, as you know, that we continue to help renters become homeowners. And as part of Housing New York, we have transitioned 128 of those units into home ownership as part of that program. And we continue to close on these developments until there is not one left as part of our preservation pipeline. We have put out a shared equity request for information in order to solicit ideas to create not just home ownership, but to let low and moderate income families have an ownership stake in their communities, partly through home ownership and through other investment opportunities. So we're excited to see what comes back nationally from that request for expressions of interest. We are continuing to, we agree that we need to find many different ways, and we are doing that work. As we are also, I know Councilmember Rivera is here, and I know that she has some ideas about purchasing properties through not-for-profits and turning them into home ownership. And we look forward to working with her on that. So we're exploring lots of ideas, and we're happy to continue to work with you. But yes, Councilmember Chin, as part of our daily work, we are transitioning renters into homeowners.
Yeah, I know about the TIL program, but unfortunately, for example, in my district, and a lot of districts, we don't have, city-owned building. People are not selling their building; they're not abandoning the building. But a lot of nonprofit organizations, have built affordable housing, and I think those are the one that HPD can start with to see how to help them transition some of the families that have been there a long time and has been renting into homeowner, and to be able to build that equity, and that will help build wealth in those neighborhoods. And I mean, we're building affordable housing across the city. So when Chair Cornegy's talking about we're losing Black home ownership, a lot of immigrants who fought so hard to save money for down payment just to purchase a home are in danger of losing their home. And a lot of them don't even know that there are these programs available to them to help them. And I think that the home ownership part, we have done a lot of good things helping people with down payment assistance. So I think the next phase to really see, all the affordable housing the city has helped to build, how can we help these families become homeowners? So I really look forward to working with you, at least to get that started.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Chen. We now have questions from Councilmember Darma Diaz.
Starting time.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Drum.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. No, it's definitely an interesting conversation for me. It's a pleasure to at the other side have HPD Commissioner. Thank you. I want to start by thanking you for improving the HPD housing application for Housing Connect. It's definitely making it a lot easier for everyday New Yorkers to put in their information and select units, put in applications based on their income, where in the past it was a lot more complicated and led to a lot of sad individuals. And speaking about that application itself, my understanding is that non-New Yorkers can apply. So say I live in Texas, I can go on Housing Connect and I can apply. Is that the case?
Thank you so much, Councilmember, for that question, because that's come up recently in one of our developments that we're currently marketing. So the Constitution prohibits New York City from preventing outside residents from applying to our housing. However, we have our solution has been that there is a preference for New York City residents. And so until there is no New York City resident that qualifies for our low income housing, we're not able to offer it to a non-New York City resident. As you can imagine, there are thousands of New Yorkers who are applying to our units. So it is highly unlikely that we would get through that list to get to a non-New York City resident.
Oh, wonderful. So prior to coming onto the council in December, I worked under homeless services. So I just like to speak to a question about when children are displaced and families that come into shelter, the transportation. So from my experience, it's been up to the age of 12, busing is offered, but if a parent wants to take the child to and from school, the parent and child are offered a Metro card. So I want to thank the system for putting that into place. So definitely, thank you for doing that and pushing that conversation, that collaborative. It's working well. It's quite effective to know that families not only being displaced due to fire, but that the financial hardship is being taken away from them. And moving forward, in my closing is for Councilwoman Chin. I want to thank her for your willingness to take displaced adults into your community. And in one of our hearings, I asked my colleagues to please open their doors for displaced individuals. And I was comfortable with selecting what worked for your community. So just to hear the Councilwoman Chin saying she welcomes displaced individuals and willing to work, I just want to say thank you. I turn it back. No more questions.
Thank you very much. And that's typical council member Margaret Chin, always open to taking people in, and we really appreciate that about her.
Thank you.
Chair Drum, we've just added questions from Councilmember Rosenthal.
Okay, very good. Councilmember Rosenthal.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's great to see you, Commissioner. Thank you for all your hard work. And to Council Members Cornegie and Drum, thank you for this wildly informative hearing. So thank you for that. I want to ask about all forms of tenant harassment, which my district gets to experience lots of different forms of tenant harassment. But one piece I would really love some help from your agency on is we have a ton of buildings, 421A buildings, that are now coming out of affordability. And the units, it's our understanding, unless you all can tell me otherwise, that the units go into rent regulation as long as it's the same tenant. And then follow the rent regulation rules. These tenants are not being told they have that opportunity. And the thing that would really make it, I mean, we've already lost dozens of apartments. The help I need from HPD is for each building, a list of the units that are rent regulated, because then our tenant organizers can target those buildings. So that's my first question. And my second thing that I just want to bring publicly to light is that we have a building that just very recently went up where it's in Riverside South or Riverside Center, the most recent one. And one of the buildings it was, I guess, one of the last pour doors. And the whole building is low income. And the management there we've gone through at least 2 management companies, but the tenants regularly talk about broken doors, mail being stolen, disrepair already. This building is maybe 5 years old. Disrepair in units not being attended to. And because of the broken door, homeless people sleeping in the stairwell, which, you know, we need to find shelter for people, but not where it's unexpected, etc. And this is a building with hundreds of, a great building. It could be a very successful, affordable building, but the management has just fallen down on the job. So those are my two concerns today. And really, one is informational, the first one. And I've been asking for this information, by the way, since I started and in the council, and have been told that the original documents are in a vault somewhere in New Jersey. I've been given all sorts of information, but yeah, we're trying to do tenant organizing to keep that building, you know, the very few, whatever it is, 15% in there. But, you know, in my district, we've lost between 300 and 400 units of affordable housing every year. We track that through the Department of Finance. And, you know, it's like this. This is how it happens in my district. So help. And you have enough money in your agency, you know, to help.
Thank you, Council Member, for that question, for those questions. First of all, I want to take Riverside Center. If there are, I would like the tenants to call 311, put in complaints so that we can go out there and see what's happening.
Okay, I'm happy to say that to them, but can this be the red flag? Right now, we're in a public hearing. Can that be a little stronger than 311?
No, absolutely.
We have done the 311 route.
Absolutely. So my Deputy Commissioner for Code Enforcement is here. We will talk about Riverside Center after this hearing is over. But generally, when tenants are experiencing those kinds of things,
we're the queen of 311. Right. Okay. No, we do that all the time.
Okay, and so we will be out there and we will take a look for these tenants. I also want to say, before I answer the question of rent stabilization, I want to say
I'm expired.
There's a bill in Albany right now to provide better notice to tenants about when 421A is expiring in their leases, and so that tenants know what their rights are when 421 expires, and HCR and HPD are working with the Assemblywoman who put that bill forward so that the tenants know.
Why can't HPD just do it? You have a copy of the original documents. Why don't you just know? I mean, again, if it's a matter of resources, you need a body, you need 10 bodies to go through those documents and find out, why does it take a bill in Albany telling DHCR to do it? I mean, unless the truth of the matter is, and let's just be honest about this, you don't have the original documents, or the original documents don't have the apartment numbers.
Councilmember, I'm happy to tell you that we produced a 421 report. We have recently released, or we will release it soon, where we track every 421A in unit in rent stabilization and its status. And so the issue we have about telling people exactly which apartment is that we're prohibited by state law, by HCR, for privacy reasons, from revealing the designation of each apartment so that the tenants in these apartments are protected. But I assure you—
And there's no like mod to that you could get where you would have a contracted, safe, you know, tenant advocacy group like housing conservation coordinators. You couldn't get a modification to the state DHCR to agree to let them to do this work?
Councilmember, this is an excellent question. The best we've been able to get is in producing that report about every single unit and its rent stabilization status, is that we've been allowed to scramble the identification of the apartments. That is the most we've been able to get in terms of relief of that law. But also, Councilmember, I'd like to say, as part of producing these reports, and as part of our Compliance and Enforcement Division, which we created in 2017 to combat non-compliance with 421A. We have brought over 72,000 units since 2017 into compliance with 421A. So the combination of doing that report and the combination of a compliance and enforcement unit, which, I mean, I want to say that number again, 72,000
How were you
units in
able to do,
compliance.
right, how were you able to do that if you didn't know the apartment numbers?
Oh, we know the apartment numbers. We're able to.
Why aren't you all sending letters to all of these units?
We have brought all of those units into compliance.
No, like
by
on,
going after the
on
landlord.
my Upper West Side, I've got like 20 buildings. Have you sent them all letters?
I do not believe we've sent the tenant individual letters, but we have corrected the rent stabilization status and
I
information.
understand. No, I understand. That's amazing. Don't get me wrong. Chair, I'm going to turn it back to you. I would just leave you with a couple of things. One, if your staff could follow up with me about 100 Freedom Place. It's really miserable over there for the tenants. Second, the 421A report, if anyone has that, I would love to see it. I don't know if other council members already have it, but that would be great and probably help us. And third, I mean, it just strikes me, Councilmember Drum, that we should put in money to the HPD's budget for a unit that explicitly sends these letters and does follow-up work. If HPD can send the letters, right? Maybe we can't, maybe a tenant organizing group can't, but if HPD can send the letters, why? I'm just asking a very common sense question. Sounds to me just like a funding thing. Let's just add, let's have a 10-person staffed unit to do it. So with that, I turn it back to you. Thank you, Chair Drum.
Thank you, Councilwoman Rosenthal, and we'll work with you together on looking further at that issue, definitely. Yeah. Commissioner, I just have a couple of follow-ups. There are no other questions from council members at this point. So let me just start by saying, in the beginning of the 21 calendar year, the council committed $500,000 of its discretionary funding to create its community lien sale outreach initiative in order to raise awareness related to the city's property tax lien. What resources does HPD allocate towards outreach regarding the lien sale?
Thank you so much, Chair Drum, for that question. And thank you so much for the $500,000 in discretionary funding that you gave to us. So we have used this funding to partner with the Center for New York City Neighborhoods to give assistance to homeowners who are at risk of getting on the tax lien sale list. We have done outreach, we've given technical assistance, counseling, referrals to other programs. We also connected it to the homeowner help desk, which we recently expanded. And we are, with the help of the AG's office and Enterprise, we're among 10 municipalities and counties across the state who's implementing anti-displacement strategies as part of our anti-displacement learning network group. So we're working with Enterprise and the AG's office on that. We're creating a portal, a homeownership portal that would, with the Center for New York City Neighborhoods and the AG's office, to direct homeowners for full service about every question and issue that they're facing in terms of displacement. I also want to, and liens, but I also want to point out DOF's work, because they have a program that homeowners who have difficulty paying their taxes and are on the tax lien sale can enter into a payment plan in order to prevent sale of the liens. And so we really, part of our resources to homeowners is that our planning group has worked with our preservation group to help DOF get the word out to families, especially during the pandemic, by making calls, by putting out flyers, so that they can go to DOF and enter into a payment plan.
Yeah, we've worked with DOF on some of those issues as well regarding the lien sale. So thank you for that. And finally, let me just ask you, the Executive Capital Commitment Plan includes $650,000 to support the efforts of the Belmont Community Land Trust in fiscal 2022. In addition, this year, the City Council provided about $635,000 in discretionary funding to support community-based organizations and technical assistance providers to launch CLTs citywide. Can you provide us with some information on the specifics of this project? And can you share some details on whether additional sites will be brought into the CLTs in other areas of the city in fiscal 22 and beyond?
Thank you so much for that question. We're currently working with the Bronx CLT to combine some private sites that they have with some city-owned sites. My associate commissioner for preservation finance has been a champion of this work, and so I'm going to let her speak a little bit and showcase what she's been doing in that vein. But with the council money and your support, we have done capacity building for CLTs. We've done community organizing, community education. The following groups that I will name have received CLT contracts for FY21 to help us with that work. So Banana Kelly, Chaya, Chinatown Partnerships, Community Development Project, Cooper Square, Cypress Hills, just to name a few. So we have engaged them to help us in our CLT work. We have preserved the Cooper Square CLT and the El Barrio CLT, and we're working with Interborough for a closing in this pipeline. So we're doing a lot of work with the funding that you've given us, but I really want Kim Darga, Associate Commissioner Kim Darga, to come on because she has been really spearheading this work at HPD.
Hi, good morning, Councilmember,
Good morning.
Chair. In addition to the work outlined by our commissioner to support the Bronx CLT and the work around capacity building with the funding from City Council, we have been working with a number of organizations to expand our pipeline. We've done that in a number of ways. All of our programs that are available to finance housing are available to CLTs. And we have actually been able to finance a couple CLTs in the last year, even during the pandemic. So Cooper Square, which has been an existing CLT and I think is very well known in New York City. We financed some repairs for those properties last spring. And then even in November of this year, in the height of the pandemic, we were able to close on financing for East Harlem El Barrio CLT, which is in Manhattan. And then we certainly have a robust pipeline at this point in time of about 1,000 units that are in pre-development, and we expect to be able to close in the next few years with organizations that are trying to create all types of housing on CLTs, so including single family, homeownership opportunities, looking at cooperative CLT development, as well as mutual housing associations on CLTs. So we're really excited to continue to work with a range of partners to increase the capacity of organizations that have really done a lot of work in the last couple of years to establish themselves. And hopefully be able to continue to build the pipeline in the coming years. So thank you.
So when you talk about building capacity, an organization where I do have some concerns is Chaya. Can you explain to me specifically what they are doing? And are they doing capacity building within their own organization, or are they doing outreach to community members? And if you don't have that information now, can you get me some details on it as we move through the budget process?
Sure. So I don't have the information specifically on CHIA right now, but generally speaking, what's happening is there's organizations, often with some involvement from a community-based organization in a community, that are working with community members to create a community land trust. And so a lot of the work so far has been around understanding how affordable housing runs, how to set up and establish an organization, how the affordable housing programs run, setting up governance structures. And so there are 9 or so organizations that have gone through a lot of that process. And the New Economy Project and Nicely have been working with a number of these more grassroots organizations in order to establish themselves. And we're at the stage now where many of them have established those basic governance structures and are now looking at development opportunities. So we're happy to follow up on CHIA specifically if that's of interest, but that's generally how it's worked.
Yes, that would be great. And when you talk about development opportunities, you're talking about looking for land?
So it could be acquiring buildings or acquiring land for the purpose of affordable housing development. And so the reference I made earlier to having access to the range of HPD programs is really important because, oftentimes affordable housing preservation and creation does require assistance. And so, that's the example I gave earlier. Cooper Square used a loan from through our green housing preservation program to do renovations. Then our East Harlem El Barrio CLT received a tax exemption and subsidy from us in order to facilitate that as well as land. So this could be on public sites, but it could also be private site development. And so we would encourage these organizations to look at both opportunities. There's not a lot of city-owned sites left. And so private site opportunities, I think, are really the future.
Yeah, I don't see it happening in my district, particularly because my district, I think, is the smallest geographically in the borough, but with the highest density of people. And there's just really nowhere to build or to even, I would even imagine purchase. But anyway, let's follow up on that, and we'll discuss it further as we move down the road.
Wonderful.
Okay, thanks. And Commissioner, I want to thank you also. We're going to let you go now. I just have to read this statement. This will conclude this portion of today's hearing. Thank you, HPD, for being here. We'll now take a little bit of a break until noon. It's not noon yet, I don't think, is it? What time is it?
We're good.
Oh, okay, about 9-minute break, okay. And then we'll hear from the Department of Sanitation. I asked my colleagues who will be joining us for the DSNY portion of the hearing to remain in the Zoom with your microphone muted until we're ready to begin. And again, thank you, Commissioner Carroll. It's always a pleasure to see you. And thank you for the work that you're doing. We look forward to following up with you on a few things. Thank you very much.
All. It's a pleasure to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 9 minutes, folks, and then we'll come back.
All right. No, I got it. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope everyone's doing well. I know you guys are all muted.
We're waiting for Chair Drum to return, which should be quite imminent.
Sounds good. Thank you. You sent me the, yeah, here it is. One with the opening.
I'm back.
Thank you, Danny. I apologize.
No,
Sure.
it's me. Me too. I was on the phone.
All right, I know. So we're good. We're the ones that are late, so it's good. No accountability. No accountability.
No, we're not so bad. We're 7 minutes late, so we're okay.
All right.
I know you're busy, that's for sure.
We're all right. We're all right, Danny. We're all right. So, Sergeant, I guess whenever you guys are ready, we're ready to go.
This is Chief Sergeant Terrence Rafael Perez. Chairs, we're ready to start whenever you are. You can go right ahead. We're live.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council's second day of hearings on the Mayor's Executive Budget for Fiscal 22. My name is Daniel Drum and I chair the Finance Committee. Excuse me. We are joined by the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste, chaired by my colleague, Councilmember Reynoso. We are also joined by several council members, and I'll announce them shortly. We just heard from the Department of Housing Preservation and Development, and we will now hear from the Department of Sanitation. In the interest of time, I will forego an opening statement and ask Chair Reynoso to make his opening statement. Chair Reynoso?
Thank you so much, Chair Drum. I want to just thank you for everything you're doing. I know it's a grueling marathon, and you're doing a great job. So I really appreciate the time you're taking and your leadership on the work that's happening here and in the budget negotiating team. So thank you so much, Chair Drum. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Antonio Reynoso, the Chair of the Committee on Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. Today, we will hear from the Department of Sanitation on its fiscal 2022 executive budget, which totals $1.83 billion. I do appreciate that some items the council called for in the fiscal 2022 budget, sorry, the allergies are kicking our butts, response were restored. However, many items were not, even despite DSNY receiving federal funding. These restorations should have been prioritized when DSNY was talking with the city's Office of Management and Budget. We need to do better by New Yorkers, especially as we come out on the other side of the pandemic, and ensure that this city is the cleanest and greenest it could be. I look forward to having a discussion with you on that today, Commissioner, and thank you, and I'll turn it back to Chair Drum. And I'm sorry, Minority Leader Mario, do you want to speak at the opening? Okay, sorry, your hand was up. Okay, all right.
As Chair Drum is not here, he was about to ask me to swear in DSNY. Thank you. My name is Noah Brick, and I am counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you're recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this portion of today's hearing, we will hear testimony from the Department of Sanitation. During the hearing, if council members would like to ask questions, please follow the example of Minority Leader Mario and use the Zoom raise hand function, and you will be called upon to speak. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses one time, and will then ask each witness to so affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Grayson?
I do.
Mr. Corralo?
I do.
And Mr. Anderson?
I do.
Thank you. Commissioner Grayson, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairs Drum, Chair Reynoso, and member of the City Council on Finance and Sanitation and Solid Waste Management. I am Edward Grayson, Commissioner of the New York City Department of Sanitation. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the department's fiscal year 2022 executive budget. With me this afternoon are First Deputy Commissioner Salvatore Serrallo and Gregory Anderson, the Deputy Commissioner for Policy and External Affairs. At the Department of Sanitation, our mission is to keep New York City healthy, safe, and clean by collecting, recycling, and disposing of waste, cleaning streets and vacant lots, and clearing snow and ice. The men and women of this department provide critical services to all New Yorkers, services that help make our city a thriving, vibrant place to live. The last 14 months presented challenges to this city unlike any others that we've encountered before. And I couldn't be prouder of how our department employees rose to the occasion and continue to meet the needs of over 8.5 million city residents. Throughout the pandemic, COVID-19 did not stop refuse and recycling from being generated or the snow from falling. Department employees were out there collecting material from every household and plowing snow and salting roads during the winter in order to keep New York City's wheels turning. We are encouraged by the city's improved fiscal outlook, and we are active partners in the New York City Recovery for All. Our agency's proposed budget stands in a vastly different place today than it did when I testified before the council in March. I am pleased that the mayor has announced several service restorations and new programs to help us advance our missions. And I look forward to continuing to work with the council, other elected officials, and community leaders, our sister agencies in government, and the residents of our great city to improve the quality of life in neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs. The department's FY22 executive budget includes $1.83 billion in expense funds that will allow us to deliver service across the city. And these funds include $832 million for the Bureau of Cleaning and Collection for household refuse, recycling, and organics collection, litter basket collection, street cleaning, and other core operational functions. $538 million for solid waste management operations, including waste export contracts, the operation of city-owned transfer stations, and the closure of Fresh Kills landfill. $136 million for support services, including building maintenance, engineering, and fleet services. $89 million for the snow budget to support snow removal planning and operations. $70 million for recycling and zero waste programs, including recycling processing costs, education, outreach, and the operation of non-curbside waste diversion programs. $21 million for enforcement and street cleaning and recycling laws. $141 million for administration, centralized purchasing, information technology, and other programs. The FY 2022 budget also includes restored and some new funding items and readjustments in the expense budget. These include $33.1 million for restored and expanded zero waste programs, $12.4 million for service restorations and other new programs to keep New York City clean, $4 million for the implementation of our commercial waste zone program, and $4 million to restore a proposed cut associated with Sunday security at our facilities. In addition, the budget also includes $33 million in additional funds for waste export, recycling, processing, and our fiscal year 2022 to account for changes in the contractual obligations and increases in the material collected. DSNY also has authorized to proceed with the hiring of a substantial number of new sanitation workers to replace the reduction in the headcount over the past year due to attrition and the hiring freeze. This will enable us to provide necessary staffing for the increased level of service and new and restored programs. We expect the first hiring class to begin this July, and we are currently planning to hire 700 new uniformed employees. The department's proposed 10-year capital plan for fiscal year 2022 to 2031 is $3.4 billion and includes $1.9 billion for capital equipment purchases, including collection trucks, mechanical brooms, salt spreaders, and support equipment. $1.2 billion for garage rehabilitations and new garage construction. $156 million for maintenance and construction of solid waste management facilities, and $50 million for information technology and communication systems, including hardware. In the 4-year plan, the department is funded to advance several major facility improvement projects, including continuing construction of the new Brooklyn 3 District Garage, continuing construction of the new Sanitation District 1 and 3 Combination Garage, designing and constructing a new Queens District 1 garage, and entirely reconstructing the Bronx 9, 10, and 11 garage complex. Rehabilitating Queens District 11 and 13 garage, Queens Districts 8, 10, and 12 garage complex, the Brooklyn District 6 garage, and the Bronx District 6 garage, as well as fully renovating a newly acquired site for the Manhattan 11 District garage. With New York City getting back on its feet, New Yorkers deserve to put their best feet forward on clean streets. And I am thrilled to have joined the mayor in March to announce the rollout of 3 initiatives aimed at cleaning up streets amid the COVID-19 pandemic. First, the department has restored baseline funding for litter basket collections, adding more than 100 dedicated litter basket trucks weekly and restoring Sunday and holiday litter basket collection. Specifically, the budget includes $4.5 million for weekday basket service and $4.6 million for Sunday and holiday service. With these restorations, litter basket collection service has increased by 61% compared to where we were last July. As the weather gets warmer and more people spend their time outdoors in the city as it reopens, this additional service will contribute to cleaner streets and improved quality of life for our communities. The Department of Sanitation has also created the all-new Precision Cleaning Initiative, with borough-based teams to conduct targeted cleaning of litter conditions, illegal dumping, and overflowing baskets. These conditions are eyesores that affect New Yorkers' quality of life and threaten New York City's recovery. Teams are dispatched based on DSNY field observations, 311 complaints, and referrals from other city agencies and community groups. The budget includes $2.9 million in FY22 to fund this initiative. We have also restored our dedicated syringe litter staff within the Environmental Police Unit to conduct proactive patrols in areas with the highest concentration of syringe litter. These 6 dedicated officers are specifically trained to properly handle syringes and other hazardous waste. Additionally, the department has introduced Community Cleanup Van to support neighborhood cleanups across the city. The department provides support for residents and community-based groups who volunteer to do litter pickups in their neighborhood. The department lends tools, trash bags, masks, brooms, and dustpans to volunteers and can now deliver these tools directly to volunteers through our new Community Cleanup Van. We encourage all New Yorkers to chip in and help us keep New York City clean. Last year's sanitation budget cuts hit many communities hard during the pandemic. I'm confident that these initiatives will go a long way toward improving cleanliness in our neighborhoods and improving the quality of life for all New Yorkers. Just a few weeks ago, I testified before the Sanitation Committee and reaffirmed the department's commitment to working to achieve zero waste goals. On Earth Day, I joined Mayor de Blasio to announce several new and restored zero waste initiatives to help jumpstart our renewed commitment to those goals. New York City will restart its residential curbside composting program, which was temporarily suspended last year due to the fiscal crisis. The new iteration of the program will be available to allow buildings and residents to sign up to receive free weekly curbside composting service. Enrollment will be open in August through an online form and via 311, and collection service will kick off in October and expand as more residents opt into the program. In addition to the relaunch of curbside composting, we will significantly expand our food scrap drop-off program from 128 community-based sites operating today to more than 200 sites this fall. We are committed to expanding access to these sites, including having at least one site in each community district. Growth of this program will be achieved via a restoration of Grow NYC's Green Market Composting Program funding and the expansion of the New York City Compost Project funding to support community-based drop-offs, composting, and education. In addition, it will include first-of-its-kind pilot of smart bins, in which New Yorkers use an app to access public food scrap drop-off bins, thus preventing cross-contamination and misuse. Since the drop-off sites reopened last September, many food scrap drop-off broke participation records. And together we have diverted 1.5 million pounds of food scraps for composting, Doubling the current number of food scrap drop-off sites will significantly divert more food scraps from the trash. New Yorkers can find their closest food scrap drop-off site at nyc.gov/food drop food scraps. Potential partners can also learn more about hosting a drop-off site and helping to spread the word about this important program. School curbside composting service will also return in 2021-2022 school year, and nearly 1,000 schools that had service prior to COVID-19 will resume curbside composting. The department will also reinstate fall leaf and yard waste collections later this year. Together, these programs represent an investment of $30.5 million in new funding for composting and organic waste diversion in the fiscal year 2022. Relatedly, next month, the Sanitation Foundation will host its 2021 Food Waste Fair. The fair, which is held every other year, is an interactive experience connecting food, beverage, and hospitality professionals with the resources and education that they need to reach zero food waste in their businesses. Panels and hands-on workshops this year will be virtual. To learn more about the Food Waste Fair, visit foodwastefair.nyc. Beyond composting, the department will also restore or expand other zero waste programs. Our safe disposal events, which collect solvents, automotive, flammables, and electronic products, as well as other household hazardous waste items, will restart this fall and will expand from 10 events to nearly 60 events per year, one in each community district. DSNY will also reopen our special waste drop-off sites beginning in July. At these 5 locations, one located in each borough, residents can drop off harmful materials that do not belong in household trash. DSNY will begin offering reuse swap events across the city to keep usable items out of the landfills and help them find good new homes. At these events, one person's unwanted household goods can become another person's treasure. The executive budget includes an additional $2.6 million in FY22 to support these special waste and reuse initiatives. The commercial waste sector also plays an important role in achieving our zero waste goals. Commercial waste zones will create a safe and efficient collection system for commercial waste that provides high quality, low cost service to New York City businesses while advancing the city's zero waste and sustainability goals. The new system is expected to nearly double the commercial diversion rate for recyclables and organic waste. Following a delay due to the pandemic, the department began the competitive procurement process by issuing Part 1 of the request for proposals in November of 2020. Part 2 of the RFP, Part 1 of the RFP requested information from potential awardees to determine their ability to perform in accordance with specific business, character, financial, and licensing requirements. Submissions for Part 1 were received by February 19th and are being reviewed. This spring, the department has also promulgated several rules to implement to the program, including rules governing customer service, operations, health and safety, recycling and organics, and other administrative requirements. In the next few months, the department will also issue Part 2 of the RFP to select the zone awardees. We expect the transition period to the new zone system to begin in 2022 and last up to 2 years. And FY22's executive budget provides $4 million in funding to support the implementation of the commercial waste zones. This includes funding for 28 new civilian staff in the coming year, as well as OTPS funds for implementation, support, communications, outreach, and IT systems. We look forward to working with the City Council and all the stakeholders as we advance this important program to bring much needed reform to the city's commercial waste sector. Keeping our neighborhoods healthy, safe, and clean is critical for New York City's rebirth, and we are excited to be a part of the citywide efforts to ensure a recovery for all of us. In closing, I wish to thank Chair Dromm, Chair Reynoso, and all the members of these 2 committees for your continued support of our essential workers, our programs, and our services. You are critical advocates as we work to keep New York City safe, healthy, and clean, and ensure the long-term sustainability of our communities. We are grateful for your commitment and for your partnership. Thank you for this opportunity to testify this afternoon, and my staff and I are now happy to answer the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Grayson. It's good to see you. On a personal note, I think I know your mother. Was she on Community Board 24?
Yes, she was on District 24 back in the day and an active member of the Community Board. Thank you.
And I was a teacher in that district many years ago. I mean, well, for 25 years, and I've been in the council for the last 12. So tell her I said hello.
I certainly will. Thank you.
Okay. The mayor added back some funding for weekday and Sunday holiday litter basket service, but it is still not enough. In the council's budget response, we identified significant gaps in funding between fiscal 20 and fiscal 22 litter basket service levels. Even with the restoration of the executive plan, the gap still stands at about $10 million. So including the restoration in the executive plan for litter basket service, where are we in terms of truck shifts citywide for fiscal 20 versus fiscal 22?
Thank you for your question, Chair. Yes, so both daily and Sunday basket collections have had increases to the baseline levels, and that is overall a 60% increase from where we were last July. However, on the pre-COVID, we were running about 736 basket trucks per week, and now we're running 440. So we're about 300 basket truck shifts per week away from where we were pre-COVID, so FY20 levels.
So for where we're missing those basket pickups, will you be placing the cleanup crews in those areas? Is there any way that that can be coordinated?
So, Chair, I just want to be the cleanup crews that we're running through our PCI program.
Like one of the things that we do with ACE and with the Doe Fund is that they come, and even though there might not be a basket pickup, they'll remove the baskets and put it on the side. So short of a basket pickup, I think it's still better if we have, the bags taken out and tied up and put on the side. So is there any way that the cleanup initiative, I'm forgetting which, precision cleaning initiative, I think is what it's called, can be used in those areas where we're seeing, fewer basket pickups?
Absolutely. So thankfully with the PCI teams, in addition to doing drop-offs and strike team responses, as all of those have a temporal uncertainty, meaning if we get called to respond to a drop-off, that drop-off may take 2 hours, it may take the whole day. We always divert to the local level to make maximum use of that crew that gets assigned, and we're always looking to leverage those opportunities to keep the crews productive. Additionally, we will be coordinating with all of the community-based organizations that are doing cleanups, as well as trying to do a championing of one of the other things that had dropped off because of the COVID-19 response and pandemic and just social interactions, was our solicitation of Adopt-A-Basket partners with the local corner businesses. We're ramping up those efforts in earnest, and that's not a funding need as we already had the baskets in supply, but it was more of an implementation just through COVID restrictions and trying to limit the interactions. However, that is part of our plan to make sure that we're providing additional access to have a partner. I couldn't agree with you more. The more partners we have, the easier it is for us to work with, the landscape.
When you talk about community organizations, are you talking about organizations like Wildcat, ACE, Doe Fund? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yes, we also, we want to make sure that even as we continue to do at the planning stages of where the new cleanup cores are going to be, we intend to know where the local stakeholder organizations that are doing cleanups and the other city agencies that are doing cleanups, they're going to be generating material in some cases. And our role in that is to make sure that we know where they are so we can coordinate the back end pickup once they're done with whatever their response operations are for the day.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner. What's the average street and sidewalk cleanliness rating citywide? What was it in 2020 and what is the rating in the current fiscal year?
We are down about, this year, fiscal year to date, we are at a 93.4, 93.5, and we are about between 3 and 4 basis points, with every new month that comes on in Delta. I am hopeful since we restored some of the services that we were able to do. We just got the April ratings for this current fiscal year. It's back up to a 95, but we have definitely seen an impact on street cleanliness ratings and litter in the street, and we're very hopeful that the new programs and the restorations will help us get that number moving in the right direction.
Okay, thank you. The executive plan also includes $2.8 million in fiscal 22 for the precision cleaning initiative. Do you have a staffing breakdown for that by borough of the dispatch team headcount that will be responding to litter issues?
Well, our headcount assigned for that, so we're budgeted to pick up 31 sanitation workers and 6 supervisors, which is going to account for about 9 crews per day. This is a citywide team. So we're going to have a dispatch unit for each borough command, for each borough. We're trying to work with these assets to be able to respond very quickly to the pop-up events. We have definitely seen an increase in dumping. We've definitely seen an increase in a few eyesore conditions that came directly related to behavior changes throughout COVID. And the dynamic for that is to make sure that we can respond quickly without diverting from these other restored functions. So what we don't want to do is take one of these basket trucks that we had restored and have to cut them away from dedicated litter basket service. So these additional crews, it's going to be about 9 crews per week. They work on a borough-wide basis, responding as needs pop up to these hotspots and doing interactions for quality of life concerns. And it's going to be about 54 truck shifts per week.
And you mentioned some behavior changes with COVID. I've seen it also. I think that's what we can attribute it to. I don't think that, places like Uptown or Midtown Manhattan got as dirty as some of the neighborhoods like Jackson Heights, Elmhurst, which, because people were not going into work, you saw more people out in the neighborhood, and including, masks and gloves and things like that were being thrown on the ground. So I'm glad that you recognize that as well. Do you have any estimate on the response times that you're able to share today? If somebody calls something in or it's reported that, there's a mess here, how long would it take to get somebody out to take care of it?
Usually we do very well with regard to responding to the critical needs, but that is also a temporal. So I can circle back with you, and I don't mean to delay the answer. Right now, we've been running the program for a short period of time. Again, it depends on what we're responding to. Sometimes we'll get eyes on. Our key thing is we get response on all the complaints within 24 hours, where we have an estimation of how we can respond. If we have a crew that can get there and pick it up quickly, if it's something that is a minor condition that is only, let's say, going to take an hour or two to resolve, we'll be there very quickly. Some of the conditions, as you've seen, a huge dump out condition or a large fence line or an encampment, we may have to wait for a coordinating agency for a response, or we may have to just bring in heavy equipment, which may take a day or two. So it's varying depending on the need. It's a little bit of a fluid on the timeline.
Okay, thank you. And recently, the mayor announced the launch of the City Cleanup Corps. I think you mentioned that in your testimony as well. Has there been any discussion between your agency and the agencies overseeing this initiative regarding cleaning strategy and of those 10,000 workers?
Yes, we have definitely been on all the coordinating calls. We look forward to the relief. So it is a definite stimulus funded advancement to try to get as many people out there to do quality of life concerns, graffiti, light litter, areas where they can do some improvement in parks and other places. So we have definitely been on the coordinating calls just to make sure, because again, as this ramps up and gets into full fruition, we have a back-end responsibility to try to also make sure that we're meeting up with the material that they generate as they beautify the city. So we're excited that this is going to happen. Naturally, the quicker we can get boots on the ground, cleaning up the city, the better we're all in a place we'll all be on this temporary restoration and this amazing program. And we're looking forward to work with all the stakeholders.
Commissioner, will these 10,000 workers, how are you going to hire them, and how will people find out about hiring practices?
So we are not, so excellent point. There is a definite outreach plan. We are not directly hiring, so it isn't like it's a Department of Sanitation job. It is going to be that headcount is presumed between partnerships with organizations, like you said, Doe Fund and Wildcat and others who we're bringing in. It's a collaborative event. It's not just city onboarding, and we're working with those stakeholders to see where we'll land in that.
Great. Okay, that's really good to hear. Thank you. The fiscal 22 executive plan includes $509.1 million in federal funding for fiscal 22. That was swapped with city tax levy funding, which is approximately 28% of DSNY's budget. Have you received any further direction from the city's Office of Management and Budget as to what this funding may be used for?
We're still working with OMB, and not that we are, because we're going to use our piece of the federal stimulus money to help fund core functions as they relate. The upside of the stimulus money is that for now, some of it's going to our export costs, some of it's going to other core functions. The freedom to be able to use the money and OMB's guidance for every category that it helps offset the tax levy does free up agency funds to then go do these service restorations. So we're still finalizing every place we can put it. For now, it's going to some core services, a lot of it in export.
So I think for the council, one of our priorities is for the cleaning restorations as well. So just wanted to let you know that that is definitely one of our priorities.
Understood, Chair, and we're continuing our discussions as we advance with OMB.
Okay, thank you. And how will the surge of federal money impact the agency's budget in the long term? Might this negatively impact the agency's baseline budget?
I think that in the long term, this influx, it's going to be able to help us get back into some severe retrenchment on services and, more importantly, behavior. As we get to restore some core functions, and as we, particularly on our zero waste goals, I think that now that we're able to introduce, thanks to some of the federal offset, having funding and having a commitment from council and the administration to move forward, I think that we're going to be in a better place having had it. I don't see a long-term negative by us adopting this. I think we're going to do smart budgeting, continue to work with council administration, and end in a really good place.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Again, I'm going to turn it over to Chair Reynoso, and then I think there'll be some council member questions as well. Chair Reynoso.
Thank you, Chair Drum. Commissioner, hi, by the way, just wanted to say hi. I hope you're doing well.
I'm good.
Thank you. Good. I wanted to ask, composting. It seems like the investment that's being made for composting this year is similar to the years prior to COVID when we had the pilot programs in the city of New York. Can you talk to me about what the budget looked like for composting prior to COVID and what it looks like now and what the differences are? Because if we're spending the same amount of money, why not just do a pickup service with routes in the pilot areas the way we had it before?
Give me one second. So, yes, very, very good points. I want to say that humbly, as we work towards restorations, I'm just thrilled that we were able to get something out there on the curbside composting side. You know, as we originally, we were not talking about doing anything on the curbside composting and being back out on the residential pickup schedule until FY23. For us, it isn't really a question of the money it costs to reinstitute the program. At this point, the program that we're able to get out, this opt-in program for the existing districts, is really an implementation reality for us. It's the most aggressive plan that we could do the most good with by targeting all of the residents and apartment owners who are in these community boards who are interested in the program. It gives us an opportunity to draw on their expression of interest, work to meet the needs of those who are truly committed to composting, as well as our own zero waste goals, and more importantly, be able to run the appropriate amount of truck shifts for the most outcome. So I agree with you. We are putting money into trying to do outreach, trying to expand local awareness, expand our network of neighborhood composters, expand the drop-off sites, and even our safe events, having that more awareness out for our zero waste goals. And I think that our ability to go out under this proposal and do an opt-in program gives us the best usage so we can continue to work with yourself and council to where we need to be, leading into an FY23 much more robust curbside program, which I know you are well aware of is going to be completely vital to us pushing through and getting to a zero waste outcome.
And that's actually my biggest concern, Commissioner, is that we know to get to zero waste, we need this compost program to be mandatory and to be citywide. And it seems like every time we have a conversation about compost, we're either taking a step back or taking a long time to push it forward. Eventually, the Department of Sanitation has to be committed to get to zero waste, and compost, you know, being 33% or about a third of the waste that we have in our system. I just don't feel like in the 8 years I've been here that we've taken it serious. To make the progress that we're making since the zero waste announcement, that right now we're having an opt-in version only in the piloted areas of organics, does not speak to progress or a commitment to zero waste. So it's a big concern for me, Commissioner, and I just don't think we're taking it seriously enough. I wanted to ask about federal funding. the federal government gave us $509 million, and the funding was swapped in lieu of city tax levy dollars. And this is exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about the compost program. That is, the $509 million is not what we need for composting citywide, but it's money that we have right now that the federal government gave us specifically for sanitation services. And what the city is doing is taking the money from the federal government that we have, putting it inside our budget, and then removing the money that we do have already and arguably moving it somewhere else. So I want to ask two questions. This $509 million, do we have a commitment from the administration that all of the money that came from the federal government for sanitation will be for sanitation? So I expect your budget to increase by $509 million in fiscal year 2022. And two, why not use that money to do the hard work of the composting program, which is the initial work that is going to be very expensive? Why not do that with this money in an effort to see results 2, 3, 4 years down the line that make it more efficient and more affordable?
But I am absolutely thrilled that we have the opportunity to be discussing this infusion of federal money. Last September, when I was appointed as acting commissioner, when we were talking about laying off city employees and retrenching even further. So the fact that we are now at this place where the city's recovery is in effect, and we expect, a boost thanks to the stimulus funds that came in. It's amazing that we're able to, look to offset and make the best usage of it. To your exact point, sir, we continue to work with OMB to ensure that we're maximizing the use of the federal funds. And to that end, I am thrilled to have federal stimulus funding, but we're working to make sure that we are using it to their best usage on where it fits in, where we're going to get what qualifies for Recovery Act money, what qualifies for FEMA funding. We're running a lot of different programs that have a different bucket that they can be put in. And we're still working with the administration to make sure that we're getting the best valuation for not just our agency, but also as it fits in with the overall city's economic outlook. So those discussions are ongoing. I agree with you. I'm thrilled that we can restore a lot of the functions, and I am absolutely thrilled we're able to offer the opt-in program solely because we had nothing planned. It's definitely one step in the right direction. And now we can really target organics collection, particularly in the residential areas, to the clientele and the constituents that want it and want to get directly involved, so we can start diverting as much as possible from the buy-in, the stakeholders who are already bought in, while we continue our outreach plan. I know you're a big advocate for outreach and making people, completely invested in the outcome of the waste stream. And I think we get a chance to do that, thankfully, because we have this infusion of the stimulus funds that gives us some freed up latitude to, get back into the street.
Yeah, but Commissioner, I'm not satisfied with batting, with a 500 record, right? Like, I want to be clear that just getting back to 500 is not a victory. We're supposed to be recovering, and this money is supposed to help us build back better, not build back the same. And what I see with this $509 million is an opportunity to get to the playoffs, and instead we're just satisfied with getting to 500. It's just not how I think we should be working. And I think what's going to happen is that they're going to use this $509 million and move it somewhere else. It is going to go to other programs, to other agencies, and it's going to be moved away from the Department of Sanitation that has a lot of needs. I want to be very clear that Chair Drum, I want you to know I'm going to have huge issues with this budget. If this $509 million that we have extra on top of the money that is supposed to exist in the city of New York already, or city tax levy dollars, I expect it to go all to the Department of Sanitation. Other agencies got money just the same as Department of Sanitation. The housing department, HPD got money. The health and hospitals got money. Everyone has their money. Why is it that the money for the Department of Sanitation gets taken away and gets sent somewhere else? Do you know where that money is right now, Commissioner Grayson? That $509 million, where is it right now?
Right now, it's in a budget line item. In one of our, it's sitting safely on a spreadsheet. I wish I had it. I would love to see it in person too. Once, I'd like to see a brick of money like that, but just so I can see it. Last time I saw it was in Brewster's Mill.
So we're working on that. I just want the rest of my colleagues to know that I hope that they join me in the budget negotiating conversations. This is money that the federal government gave us to do right by the Department of Sanitation. And what's happening is that the mayor is literally taking $509 million away from the Department of Sanitation, inserting the federal money, and then taking that money that was city tax levy dollars and using it for something else. It's just a swap. And we end up not gaining anything. And I'm really concerned about that. And I want my colleagues to ask questions. So I'm just gonna ask one more and then get back to a second round so that they can get to questions. We had a great day when we saw the first electric truck, I believe in all of the world, but the first electric street sweeper. But I see that in the budget, we have a ton of money to add collection trucks and sweepers that are not electric. I just want to know what the capacity of these companies that exist overseas have to build faster, and whether or not the city is investing in infrastructure to be able to charge these electric vehicles in your garages, and why we're not just buying straight electric. Why are we even talking about diesel? I just want to have a conversation with you about how fast we can move to this electric state.
Great question, and it was amazing for you to join us when we unveiled the first of its kind, full-size, fully electric mechanical sweeper. We are very excited about the technology and where it can go. And yes, we also have a all-electric rear loading collection truck, which we're looking to expand. We have one in use right now, and we're looking to have another, 7 come into the fleet. But you bring up a very good point. It's not just the ability for manufacturers to manufacture the equipment, which is still on production line. That broom that you saw was custom built to meet our specifications and needs. And also, so clearly it's to get to a place where all these large scale heavy fleet manufacturers are scalable on production line. And I think that they're building towards that. The various stakeholders in the heavy fleet game, as they build towards an electrified fleet, as everybody, every municipality, everybody wants to be there. It's the wave of the future. We're certainly going to look on our end to continue advancing, working with DCAS, working with all the stakeholders, NYSERDA, and the various parts to make sure that we're doing everything we can to cut our greenhouse gas footprint and also meet the electrification goal of the agency by 2040. What our main concern is, and I thank you for the question, is the infrastructure and our facilities being able to host the load and the charging stations and the physical plant modifications that will be needed as we advance. So I think it's a much larger issue and a much larger discussion, because I can tell you that from the department's point of view, we want to be leaders in electrification. We will clearly need to look at physical plant and space, as well as electrical load and upgrades throughout our facilities, throughout our network, to be able to host a fully electrified fleet. And we're not there today. So that is our goal, to be ready. And we're working on a small study right now with our partners at DCAS to look at electrification requirements at a few of our garages. And we expect that to continue on working with the administration, this council, and others. But it is a two-pronged thing that has to happen as we move forward on electrification, particularly only speaking for my department. We need to figure out how we're going to host all the charging stations and then begin the procurement life cycle changeover as those assets become available in mass off of production lines with vendors that we can have a good relationship with.
Thank you, Commissioner. I got more questions, but I'll get them in the second round and want to allow for my council members to ask questions. So thank you so much for that. And Sergeant, whenever you're ready, we can start calling on the members. I do have to acknowledge the members. I'm sorry. We've been joined by Councilmember Chin, Minority Leader Matteo, Councilmember Adams, Councilmember Rosenthal, Councilmember Brannan, Councilmember Cabrera, Councilmember Ampry Samuel, Councilmember Menchaca, Councilmember Lewis, Councilmember Ayala, Councilmember Kozlowitz. And I think I got everyone. If not, I'm pretty sure Chair Drum will clean it up for me. But thank you.
I think you did pretty good. So let's go back to council.
I think you did well. Okay, we're now up to council member questions. If you have any questions for Department of Sanitation, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you'll be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the sergeant at arms to tell you when your time begins. The sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from the minority leader, followed by Councilmember Chin.
Starting time.
Thank you, Commissioner. How are you? Hope everyone's well. I want to talk about e-waste, a very popular program that I partnered with Catherine Garcia and Chair Reynoso in October of 2016. We started in Staten Island. A year later, we went to Brooklyn and Western Queens. We expanded that also to the Bronx. On Staten Island, we've had 42,000 appointments, 80,000 items picked up. Citywide, 92,000 appointments, 151,000 items collected. I think the cost for the Staten Island program is $1 million. I think the cost for the expansion is $3.5 million. So it's an extremely important program for us here in Staten Island. Actually, my team has picked it up here on Staten Island, where we're picking up e-waste and working with your crew. I just want to give a good shout out to Dan Stein, our borough chief, and his crew. They're extremely responsive. But the e-waste program is extremely important to us here in Staten Island, and I believe it should be expanded citywide and made permanent. So a little disappointed that so far it's not in the budget. Just want to ask you what your thoughts on and how I would really like to get this in the budget. It's extremely important to us here in Staten Island and citywide.
Thank you, Councilman. And your partnership and the fact that you were there to help build this incredible program. I couldn't agree with you more. The e-waste residential program is a great service for all New Yorkers. And in fairness, also couldn't agree with you more that what a terrible time in history to have to cut it. Meaning we asked all of New Yorkers to pause and work from home, and more of our constituents and residents created more e-waste by upgrading. How many people had to get a second screen for the house or onboard some new technology to keep their kids educated? And we had this additional increase in what the e-waste stream would be, only to have no residential curbside pickup. Yeah. So I agree with you. I agree with you. It's a program that we advocate for. It was certainly on our request. I would have liked to have seen it restored. That's just the truth. That's my opinion. I'm the sanitation commissioner. And I do not like the idea of e-waste being out there uncollected. The only thing I am also happy about, though, is with our expansion of the safe events, at least one of the outcomes to that, in addition to the stewardship programs that the stores are required to take back e-waste, and some e-cycle programs that we have, that the big large scale buildings can be a part of. The upside is that at the safe events, them being expanded, it does provide at least one opportunity, for everyone to go in their own community district to now an event that'll take it, as well as the reopening of our special waste sites. We'll give some extra opportunity for residents, but I agree that the curbside e-waste program is very valuable. And again, I thank you for being a leader in that the entire time.
My pleasure. And it's not an expensive program. It's honestly a no-brainer for at least us on the council side to push to restore it. So I'm going to be pushed to restore that. We're going around, we're picking them up from seniors and working with your staff, and they're also dropping it off to us at a certain site. So, but it's extremely popular in Staten Island, and it's extremely needed. And the way we did it with the appointments and everything was done within 2 weeks. A really well run program that I think it's imperative that we get back to Staten Island and the other parts, but also that we expand and make permanent citywide. So I'll be pushing for that in the budget, and I appreciate your support, and anything you can do on your end, I appreciate. The budget was extremely tough on sanitation last year. A lot of quality of life stuff. Just one other thing I want to mention. I allocated money out of our funding for Sunday pickups in my district, and I was happy to do it, to pick it up, because I think it's necessary. With that said, I'm a term limited council member, so I just want to make sure that my district is under review for sanitation to pick that up when we have the full restoration, and because I've been funding it out of my discretionary funds, so just want to make sure that it's on the radar that my district, while it's being funded through my end. So I just ask that moving forward that look to fund it from the budget's priority.
Understood. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and thanks for everything. Thank you, chairs.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Chin, followed by Councilmember Adams.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioners. Great to see you again. Wasn't that long ago, the preliminary budget, and we're glad to see, some of the really good program got restored, like the neighborhood composting, and it's great to hear that more sites will be opened up. And I think that is really such a terrific program, because I started composting because it was close by. I wanted the farmers market, not really a big farmers market, but it was a composting site. And we need more of that throughout different neighborhoods in the city. And people want to participate, just that those sites or bin have to be available. And in your testimony, you talk about an app. I think that's great for a lot of the young people who are tech savvy, that they can participate. So I'm really looking forward to that. In the budget, one of the things that I remember at a press conference with the mayor a couple of years back about, getting rid of rats and really concentrating on these rat mitigation zone. And there was no money put in the executive budget. I think that as the city opened back up, we want to make sure that the neighborhood that benefited from this program don't get inundated with rats again. So I think that we need to really continue with that program. And my question is that in the new needs that we saw in the executive budget, there was increased money in the waste export and recycling process. I mean, we do spend a lot of money doing that. The recycling part is good, but why are we spending so much money? $56.9 million to export our waste to other area. And I guess looking at that is that if we do more recycling or more composting, wouldn't that help decrease the exports of waste? With our target of zero waste, because a lot of the waste is organic. I mean, in different households, that's really what, a lot of it is. So how do we, what is that money? I mean, like in terms of, if you do a breakdown of that amount of money, and then how can we, by expanding programs like organic pickup and composting, how can we decrease that budget?
Thank you, Councilwoman. That's a great question. And the money we saw throughout COVID-19, so we export our waste, and we have to have long-term contracts with reputable vendors to be able to take our waste, preferably by rail or barge, and reduce truck traffic. But in essence, that tonnage per day is, at a fixed cost per ton. That's a variable with multipliers. So we had to adjust for the multipliers that we're in. So it's just the cost per ton increase that is scheduled, as well as what COVID-19 did with us, and as we recover, we'll see another fluctuation, hopefully back towards normalcy in our trends, but we had increased tonnage. So we took on more tonnage, and we're paying more than expected. So we had to adjust the budget to account for that. And the cost per ton delta. What you brought up, though, is epically important, and I thank you for shining a light on it. Absolutely. The more waste we can recycle, the better we will do on the out years of the costs because of processing costs and handling. And the more we can do with recycling of metal and paper and organic material, everything that gets diverted from the refuse waste stream can go to a different processing method that as we get scalable, particularly on the organic side, should be able to offset the big cost delta for the removal of refuse. So the costs of doing business are exactly that, they're costs. We have an exporting program. We have to remove the waste. We have cost per ton analysis for each of the commodities we collect. But ultimately, the zero waste goal and having as much refuse diverted from the black bags, so to speak, into the green bin and the blue bin and the clear bags and the organics, the brown bin, all of those delineations, the best we can do to keep everything going from landfill they are not only better for the environment, but overall will totally change the cost benefit and cost basis per ton for every other commodity.
Well, the fact that we banned the plastic bag, like we heard from the preliminary budget, I assume that also saved us money for doing export, and also we were able to get some more money, from the money that was charged for the paper bag to create more, to buy more reusable bag to give out in the city. And I saw Department of Sanitation, you were out there doing that in the neighborhood, and I think it's great. I think that my final point with the exporting the waste is that I would, the local, the composting that we have going on in the city with different, organizations is doing that. I think we really should look at expanding also, with the recycling products that we collect, that how do we create jobs within the city to do it ourselves rather than exporting it out. So that's something that hopefully we can, look at creating, jobs through collecting composting, through collecting, all the recycled product, especially all the paper product, because people working from home, all the delivery, every little thing you order comes in a big box. And how do we generate that into resources, money for the neighborhood and for local residents to be able to, create jobs and job opportunities and small businesses in that area. And thank you, Chair. I hope that we can, follow up on those efforts. Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to your team for all the great work.
Thank you. We will now have Councilmember Adams, followed by Councilmember Brannan.
Starting time.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Commissioner. It's great to see you in this hearing today. And the work that you do is absolutely tremendous. The first thing I'd like to do is echo every sentiment of Co-Chair Reynoso in this hearing, and I applaud him for his remarks. As a member of the budget negotiating team, I will stand with him in assuring that DSNY gets every penny of that $509 million. The first thing that all New Yorkers saw at the peak of this pandemic was the demise of cleanliness in the city of New York. And I don't know about anyone else, but on a lot of levels, on every level, I'm not willing to go backwards. So we need that funding. We need that funding exponentially. And the mere fact that it's being floated here in this hearing that it could potentially go someplace else is completely unacceptable to me. So Chair Reynoso, I stand with you flat-footed on that and ensuring that that funding goes where it belongs, into DSNY. I also want to give a shout out to my co-helpers in cleanup, and that's ACE, that have done a tremendous job in District 28. They have been phenomenal throughout this pandemic and even pre-pandemic. So I really do want to shout them out also. We have had such an issue over the past year, a tremendous issue, as you said, Commissioner, more with illegal dumping. We've had an e-waste issue that has been very prevalent also, particularly in my small business corridor on Liberty Avenue. DSNY pitched in and you did what you had to do, in spite of a cut in services. So again, hats off to you. I only have one question and it may seem very, very trivial, so forgive me, but I have followed many a mechanical broom throughout District 28. And I'm just curious about the training for the drivers, because where there is no place to get close to the curb, the drivers tend to drive center street. And all that does is swirl the dust up. And I know because I've had to stop my car, pull over so that it wouldn't fly over. But the dust tends to fly on vehicles. It tends to fly on people. It tends to fly into, the sidewalk and residents as well. So I'm just curious basically about the training, of the drivers who are supposed to be cleaning up, but those mechanical brooms seem to have a mind of their own, especially if they're driven not alongside the curb because of parked cars, but through the center of the roads. So if you could just let me know what that's all about.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, I'm so sorry, Commissioner, and sorry, I want to add to Councilmember Adams's question. I hear that they're supposed to have water, and I've not seen a mechanical broom in my district with water, it just throws the dirt up in the air. And everyone has to clear out, wait for it to settle before they can come back out. All the cars are dirty, never wash your car right before out on the side street parking. So I just want to let you know that, are they supposed to have water? Just explain to us the life of a mechanical broom so that we know what we're looking for. Because I agree with Councilmember Adams about just not understanding exactly what the protocol is there.
I thank you both for the question. It's not a trivial matter, and don't mistake my my smile and my little laugh as if I'm happy with that. I'm not. And I will absolutely walk you through the basics quickly on what's going on there, typically when you see it. You brought up a great point, Councilwoman, on the fact that the mechanical brooms now not getting to the curb, and that then they're traversing the center line. Compliance is a key issue to the effectiveness of the broom operation. So first and foremost, all broom operators are highly trained. It's one of the most complex pieces of equipment we actually run on a daily basis. And the men and women that operate those brooms are excellent operators. And what we're asking them to do is very unique driving skills, getting as close to the curb as possible, keeping people as safe as possible, and then pulling in and out of traffic routinely and constantly as it relates to their ability to get to the curb. Those brooms on the side, there is a spray bar. There is the water we fill up from a hydrant. We fill that with hundreds of gallons of water, and then a spray bar is in effect to keep, it's for dust suppression, because we know we're gonna run our gutter, the sweeper brooms, which are the two brooms on the side. They push everything towards the center of the unit, and we're trying to do dust suppression. The challenge, when you may or may not, depending, it's all temporal, is, as everyone knows, we have 90 minutes to cover a specified area of streets. So when you're looking at, especially in the alternate side, it's a 90-minute block. Depending on when that broom operator is not 100% in control of when he or she runs out of water. So they start with a full tank of water, and then they go, and then at some point in time, they're often required to have a tank up in the middle of the route. Depending on where they sit inside inside the segment time, they may or may not have run out of water. So sadly, if you catch a broom that ran out of water, yeah, you will get a baseline level of dust because we're now not suppressing the dust as we sweep. And then they have to get to a safe area where there's a hydrant and load up, and that's hopefully all to try to keep the schedule. One of the things of late that is definitely a challenge for our broom operators and the city as on its cleanliness is the fact that we are only sweeping the alternate side parking areas one time per week. So now it is epically important to try to keep the schedule and take advantage of whatever the open side is. So we do messaging to try to get more compliance with how they can properly tank up to run less block faces without using water. But there's water, there's training. And when they're in the center of the road, that's usually for travel. We keep the brooms down so that when we can snipe back into the curb, we can do so quickly. Otherwise, we would lose time trying to redeploy the brooms. So we sweep the entire time on the route solely to be able to cut in and out of curb accessibility as it avails itself.
I appreciate the response. It just seems, and I'm sure Chair Reynoso will concur, it seems that sometimes it defeats the purpose. My thought, in following behind the mechanical brooms as often as I have, why don't they just turn them off when they see that obviously things aren't working, and that it's really causing quite a mess. But I appreciate your response. And like I said, I certainly will continue to champion DSNY for all the great work that you do and ensuring that the funding is appropriated into your agency where it belongs. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Thank you. Now, Councilmember Brannan, followed by Councilmember Rosenthal.
Starting time.
Thank you, Chair. It's good to see you, Commissioner. Always got to shout out BK10 and BK11 for all the great work they do out here. I speak to those guys more than I speak to my wife sometimes. So, but they do a great job. I have two really quick things. Has there been any discussion around committing getting the administration to commit to advancing the capital improvements to the garages in Brooklyn, Bronx, and Queens?
Yes, great question. We are thankfully, we have some rehabilitation projects that are We are going to stay in the commitment. So Queens 11, 13, Queens 8, 10, and 12. So in those respective areas, we do have some improvements as the entire Zariga Avenue, which is 3 garages up in the Bronx, 9, 10, and 11, as well as Bronx 6. We have an additional, it's a leased property, but we are also still in negotiation on their lease renewal in Bronx 134 for some improvements in that facility. So yes, the administration is committed to helping us move the ball on some of our facilities, but there's still a lot of work to be done. These facilities definitely can use all the help they can get.
Okay, but the capital, the money is there. The money's not going anywhere, right?
Yes, right now the capital plan is in place to have those rehabilitations continue.
Okay. And then quickly on what's the status on the restrooms, the changing of the women's and men's facilities? Has there been any movement there?
Yes, thank you. Yes, a long-standing project.
I'm sorry, the changing rooms, the bathrooms and the changing.
Yes, a long-standing project to get us an adequate number of facilities for both our male and female members of service. And just having adequate facilities around in the ever-changing culture, and providing really good, clean bathrooms and shower facilities. Our sanitation workers are afforded the opportunity to naturally shower at the end of a shift and make themselves, they're out there doing a dirty job, so to speak, and we want to make sure that they have proper facilities. We are in a very good place. So we only have a handful of locations that are still in the pipeline for this year. The funding's in place. We had, with the construction pause that happened because of COVID, we had to stop the rehab of at least 9 of those facilities. But the vendors are back in, the construction is ongoing. So we look to be in a very good place. As it stands right now, all of our employees have a place for a suitable shower and changing. What we're doing right now is giving a more secular, upgraded shower situation for a lot of areas where there's a commingled district where we have to have a bunch of people go to one centralized location. And we've got some pretty smart construction going on, but the funding's in place for that. So at the end of this fiscal year, we expect to have that project completed. And finally, my predecessor started it when she got here, and I'm very hopeful to finally get the ball over and give proper facilities to all the locations.
Right on. Thank you, Commissioner. You guys are great. I mean, you guys have been amazing through COVID, and I like to say sanitation workers are everyday heroes, right? I mean, we don't even notice when you guys pick up the garbage, but we go nuts when you don't. So it's a thankless job, and we appreciate that. And I thank you for indulging me. That's all I have, Chairs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenthal.
Starting time.
Councilmember Rosenthal?
Sorry about that. Apologies.
Oh, sorry.
I'm doing double duty. I'm out doing a site visit at a wonderful nature development. We're actually just talking about rats. But I wanted to ask, Commissioner, thank you for being here, specifically about putting solar panels up on your garages and whether or not there's money in the budget for doing any of that. I noticed that the garage in my district, right between my district and South on 59th Street, has a roof that's solar ready, according to a DCAS report. Is that in the works at all?
Great question. Our engineering and construction teams, in future planning, we're always looking to incorporate the new technologies for our future builds, to have them, get the LEED certifications and do smart engineering to leverage solar and other avenues. As it stands right now, we do not have a direct solar upgrade, to upgrade the roofs to solar in this year's budget. But it is part of our ongoing planning to be able to come up with how do we upgrade our facilities to meet the needs and try to adopt sustainable, and new technology that's available. So again, to your direct question, we do not have anything line items for this year. but it is in our plans for our future designs and as we have in our engineering division to try to do everything we can to leverage it. And we look forward to the partnerships and opportunities that do become available moving ahead.
So I guess what I'm asking then is, I understand it's not in the budget. I appreciate that you're looking forward to partnerships and adding solar where you can. That's great. Would you consider having your engineers check out this building in particular? The roof is huge, and according to this DCAS report, it could produce just a tremendous amount of energy. It's among the highest. It's like 4 times the nearest school where we would consider putting solar panels. Is that something you'd be willing to look at, or is that just only, are you thinking solar only for new buildings?
No, I absolutely can. I would love to have my engineering team look at it and come up with some, what are the estimates on savings or cost implementation? And then we could definitely discuss that. I would love to work with you and see where we could go on a myriad of our facilities. For now, we have for right now, I would love to look at anything that's solar ready to have on a listing and know where we could go if we were, had that opportunity. Some of our facilities need basic upgrades, and we've been trying to get some of the basics done. But I agree with you. But absolutely, I fully commit that we can have our engineering team look at that, as well as our support services, and look at what the electrical needs would be. Work with our engineering team, and I could definitely follow back up with you specifically to that location, because if it's something that we can do quickly and make a great outcome, I definitely would be looking to explore that with you.
So I guess, yes, I'm very interested, and I'd like to look at it sooner than later. I've let DCAS know that it's on my radar. So maybe you could work with their solar folks who do this all the time and are very familiar with how to do that. And then my second question is, how many of your garages have women's bathrooms?
Right now, all of our garages have a women's bathroom or a single occupant bathroom, gender neutral bathroom facility. So in our garages, we have a place for every human being to go to the bathroom. What we are working towards is a site-by-site garage women's locker room with shower facilities.
Yes.
That is what we're working towards now.
And what how many? Yep, exactly. How many do you have?
We have some of our garages are complexes where they're commingled. So site specific, we have 59 districts. We do not have 59 buildings with a specific. However, some of those buildings house 3, like our Manhattan 125 complex has one bathroom for all 3 districts.
Got it. So how many have the full locker room with showers?
I believe 4. So
it's 4.
No, not even close. Like 50 out of 59.
Oh, okay.
And the other 9 are in construction. That was to the previous question, where we will either be able to offer per garage to a female sanitation worker allotment. It'll be secular, or a suitable larger facility for the commingled areas where we have 3 garages in one building. There may be now one that houses all 3, but they won't have to travel far. It'll be a flight of stairs or something.
Is it fully funded in the budget?
Yes.
That's my last question. It's
Yes.
fully funded with the
Yes.
expectation that it'll be finished when?
We were on pace to have it finished for last fiscal year for 21.
Okay.
We expect it to be 22. It was just a construction delay because of COVID.
Yep. Thank you so much, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair Reynoso, for your dedication and all your hard work here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal. Thank you. Enjoy.
Council
We've also
member.
been, I think a lot of the new council members that are joining are here for the small business meeting, but I want to acknowledge Councilmember Gennaro, Rodriguez, Dinowitz, and Riley. How are you all doing? Hope you're doing well, all of you.
We've also been joined by Councilmember Brooks Powers. Now we have Councilmember Darma Diaz with her questions.
Starting time.
Good afternoon. I want to say thank you to Chair Reynoso to bringing up the conversation of the sweepers. It reminded me to one of my issues that I'm having in the district. And no matter how hard we work, Commish, you and I, and staff on the ground, I still see we're having some issues, and I want to know if it's a systemic issue, or if it's just pops out to me within my district. Utility companies leaving behind their barricades. I've noticed in at least 3 of my locations, whether it's a gas company or Con Edison, there's work permits from last year on the barricades that are there, and I don't see any activity, or the work seems to have been completed, but they're still there, and they're not allowing for a true sweep of the blocks or of the curbs. My question is it something that you're seeing citywide? I want to reach out to the utility companies and say, hey, come get your stuff off my streets.
To that, I totally understand what you mean. And to that end, it's not just exclusive to your district. For places that had, and a lot of it, we're expecting a lot better compliance overall as we move forward. 2 things I think are in play. There was a lot of pause on some of the infrastructure work that was going on. So they kind of occupied a space and they had their own staffing challenges or whatever. And then, like you said, they may have left the barrier areas up to be able to have an easy access so that it stays accessible for when they're going to come back and complete the job. So to those ends, we have that, it's around. I'm hoping that as they onboard either new work crews or also recover with all of us, that some of those jobs can be completed and then those barriers will be taken away. We have, however, when we know that it was left erroneously, meaning the job's been complete, but then potentially the cleanup crew didn't come back, we've made those contacts to try to remove the barriers. So what we can definitely do is work with you to look at all the areas and then try to get a follow-up on what's the status of that job. Are you coming back? And can we do better to get access to the curbs? Because I think you're 100% right. It is weird to have this secular area of a block face blocked off for potential work and then never seeing work done. And it definitely doesn't help me sweep the street, and it doesn't help residents park, and it just gives the bad impression. So I appreciate you bringing that up, and it's not just in your district, and I would love to work with you further to do better on that.
Thank you. So I'll be following with some pictures. I have pictures. So I'll send them over with location. Thank you again.
You got it.
Thank you. I believe that our chairs have additional questions they'd like to ask at this time. Chair Drum.
Actually, I'm going to go to Chair Reynoso.
Thank you, Chair Drum. Just alternate side of the street parking. I know that we're talking about it. Are we ever bringing it back? I think at this point, the mayor uses it more to get good press than he does care about the data behind it. What's happening with alternate side of the street parking in a meaningful way? I live in a 2-family home, and our streets are the trees are the shed, and just the pickup is just one day is not enough. I just want to know where we are with alternate side of street parking.
Thank you, Chair. And as it stands, so when we entered into the reduced sweeping, first when COVID happened, we suspended alternate side for weeks on end, and then when it was brought back in the current iteration of 1 time per week, the last posted day. And our headcount and our operational expectation leading into FY22 continues with the single day sweep throughout the city. There are some areas of the city that have been okay. And as we look at the broader, ASP and sweeping has always been a topic. It's a topic that you have the mixed feelings about. Most people, they hate to move for the broom, but then when we can't sweep the street, you notice it right away. Very similar to what Councilman Brown was saying, how you don't notice it until it's not done.
Yep,
and right now, the accessibility concerns that we have are only heightened, meaning how many people move, the compliance issues that we have, how many people move with the broom. It really shows its true impact now that we're down to 1 day per week. If you don't move, if you're a Friday sweep, if Friday's your scheduled day and the people on the block don't move, now we're not coming back for another 7 days, which is only 7 more days of litter. And I think that we might have a bigger challenge as we see. You brought up the canopy and the tree lined areas. As we move forward again, you notice it even more once the canopy starts to fall in the fall, literally, and we see now additional leaves and litter that we can't get to because the curbs, we are only coming one time a week. So at this point in this budget, while the original intent of having the reduction was COVID related, at this point it is part of an evaluation process as to where the city needs to be. I'm the commissioner of sanitation. I love clean streets. I would sweep every street every day just because I can always find her. However, that is not realistic. I'm an expert. I can tell you where anything's dirty. But we want to work with council. We want to work with the administration, and we want to figure out where we're going. But for right now, to your point, we are still expecting to run FY22 on this singular day per week, except in the metered areas where we're still running 6 days. And there are definitely parts of the city that I agree with you, sir, need more than that.
Yeah, so I guess I'm gonna get back to the 509 million. There's no reason. And look, if you guys want to use a scalpel instead of doing it, returning it back to where it was, then let's talk about that, because just on my block, 2 cars didn't move on Thursday. And that means we got 2 weeks worth of trash that are gonna stay there. And it's part of the dirtiness. And I just want to clean. So, and I'm not going to call a personal call to the garage to help me out here. I want the city of New York to be clean. So this alternate side of the street parking should be data driven, not politically driven. And I feel like right now the mayor just likes to tell people that they don't need to move their cars, and that the joy of not having to move your car is more valuable than the clean streets. And I don't agree with that assessment. I'm like you, Commissioner Grayson. I see trash, I want it gone. Appreciate you giving me the heads up on that. And then just one last thing, the Save As You Throw study, there's money now. I'm going to keep telling you guys, there's money. The money is not an issue right now. I'm considering the $500 million, which accounts for about 22% of our entire budget for sanitation. We should be doing all the studies and starting to work towards laying down the groundwork for what needs to happen to get to zero waste. So I just want to know what's going on with the study. And my last question is going to be around marketing and outreach. You said we've expanded that. I want to know, I need more details as to like, what does that mean? Is it $2 million about organics? Like just what is the outreach looking like?
I appreciate the questions, and I definitely appreciate the interest in Save As You Throw, Pay As You Throw, and looking at feasibility. So internally, we have experts in our Bureau of Recycling and Sustainability who have looked at this. I would love to actually, outside of this caucus, share that information with you, have a real sit down as to what we know internally. As it stands right now, we are not, the budget right this second does not have a funded study in it. However, we would love to talk about all the expertise that we have had, and then work together on what do you think we need to study, realistically knowing what our incumbent knowledge base is, and really come up with a plan. So we're open-minded to that, absolutely. And I definitely hear, between all of our conversations since I've taken this role, I understand where you are on the study. And, we are definitely committed. We really do believe that the outreach needs, and I'm very happy that we're bringing on Bureau of Recycling and Sustainability staff to go out and do outreach and be back out in the communities. And it restored some funding for, the Growing West partners and all of this throughout the money that's going towards our zero waste campaigning and the expanded programs, and us getting back out with boots on the ground to be literally out there talking to people, giving them literature, trying to show them the right thing to do, and then providing the opportunity is definitely there. For a little bit of secular granularity on what is specifically for outreach, I'm going to ask my Deputy Commissioner Greg Anderson to provide a little bit more context on where that exact funding lines are going. But I'm happy that we are back in the business of outreach, and more importantly, that we've been able to hire additional staff to get that headcount in, to be able to do that good work. And naturally, messaging and partnerships with you and your support are going to be critical to get us even further along. So Greg Anderson, please weigh in with some numbers for the councilman.
Sure. Good afternoon, Chair. So in fiscal year 22, we're currently budgeted for around 9.7 million in outreach and education funds. That includes everything from our partners in the compost project that do outreach and the master composter class and those sorts of activities, as well as mailers and advertising and marketing related to organics and to our other programs that have a sort of marketing and outreach component. So that's an increase, obviously, from where we have been over the last 2 years, because we do have these new programs. There's a lot of communications that'll be happening around the organics expansion. There's a lot of communications that'll be happening around the reuse events and the safe events. So those are all touch points that we have with New Yorkers.
Thank you all. And I just want to say really excited about the work with commercial waste zones, see that there's actual money, and we're going to expand our people from one person to an actual group of people that are going to be able to do this work in a meaningful way. So thank you for that. And I'm very proud. I think this is our last time we're going to meet related to executive budget hearing. And I just want to say that the time I had with Commissioner Garcia and now with you, Commissioner Grayson, I couldn't be prouder of an agency and the work that this agency does. When we talk about how city and government can work, the Department of Sanitation is always a central agency to show like efficiency and just things just happening because they're supposed to. So just want to thank you so much for all the great work that you guys have done in my time here in the executive budgets. I'm going to miss these meetings and hope that the Department of Sanitation continues to be the greatest agency in the city of New York. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Your leadership really and your partnership for the entire time, in my 22 years with the department, prior to becoming the acting commissioner and now the commissioner, I was the ranking chief, and right there with your partnership and implementation with my predecessor and now you and the rest of the committee members, just want to thank you for your leadership and partnership. We have truly benefited, the people of the city have benefited from your commitment to zero waste and environmental justice, and thank you so much for everything you've done.
Thank you. And Commissioner, before I let you go, I just want to ask you a couple of questions about Get Food. So the budget for the city's Get Food Emergency Home Delivered Meal Program continues to reside within DSNY's budget and be managed by the Mayor's Office of Food Policy. Can you walk us through your agency's coordination efforts with other city agencies working on food distribution?
Thank you. Great question. Yes, the Get Food program started because with DSNY and that emergency response in collaboration with OEM, and at the time when it first jumped off, my predecessor, Captain Garcia, was named the Food Czar, and we were able to leverage our ability to do emergency contracts and emergency implementations quickly. Naturally, the department having a deep-rooted experience base in emergency response, 9/11, Sandy, Hurricane Maria. We have a very good way to operationalize getting in and becoming very coordinated in a quick amount of time. And I think that was why we were selected. And the millions of meals that have been delivered to millions, to countless New Yorkers throughout the pandemic is something that it will go down, I believe, in the history books. When you roll back the tape on the response, it's absolutely amazing. We do not have budgeted resources in FY22 for the food program. However, we have over $200 million budgeted for the remainder of this fiscal year. And while we are continued to be in the game on the food delivery on the emergency food side, we are working with the Mayor's Office of Food Policy to transition out of the program as the city recovers. The demand for food through our emergency program goes down week by week. And eventually, at some point, the overall future of that program will reside in the Mayor's Office of Food Policy. We expect to be involved throughout the summer and into the fall as we do a proper transition and handoff to make sure that there's no gap in the clientele that we service as opposed to the others, the DFTA, and there are a lot of other places that are doing food and food should reside with food policy and the senior programs that currently reside, and our ability to descale and transition we're looking forward to that, not because it wasn't this amazing program that I couldn't be prouder of for the men and women that were a part of it and the teams that did all the outreach and all of the deliveries even at the beginning. And all of that was just amazing work. And we're looking forward to where it lives and, you know, being a partner and assistance to all the food challenge New Yorkers. But the Get Food program, we are not directly funded for it in FY22, and we're working on a transition out that will take us into FY22. But yeah, it's been one heck of a project.
Commissioner, is the Get Food program the same as the senior Get and Go food program? Is that the same thing?
So our Get Food is started out in relationship to when other programs were shut down. We did grab and go meal support that was going on at some of the DOE locations and the various locations. So in the beginning, we were overarching with a lot of areas, but there are still the secular, you know, Meals on Wheels programs and other DFTA sponsored programs that are happening, you know, running parallel to the Get Food.
Okay, and so Commissioner, we have some other questions about the breakdown of the budget and the food and stuff like that, but I'm going to leave that for a written response because we're over time here. Just one last question. So the meals that you're going to be providing, at least through the end of the year, are they culturally sensitive meals for the needs of the folks that are still getting them? And also, I noticed you said that the demand for food is down. Perhaps the demand for food is down in some areas, but in my area, in Jackson Heights, Elmhurst, for example, it still continues to be a very high need in our communities. And I just don't want us to lose focus that certain communities are still really relying on this food.
Duly noted, sir. And we're definitely not looking to run away from the project. We want a nice, smooth transition to make sure that all of those still in need are getting food. And as to the accessibility to sensitivity on diet, we have a good mix of halal and kosher and various other specified dietary needs. We've taken painstaking steps to try to make sure that they're meeting all the demands. And we've really done a lot of good work to try to offer all of the options that would need to be available to make sure that we're giving a very wide opportunity to meet all the cultures.
Okay, and just even down to the type of lima beans that folks get or the type of rice that folks want, you know, it comes down to that as well. So I'm sure you're aware of that, though.
Yes, sir.
All right, and just please let Pat Grayson know that she's done a great job with her son, and wish her best. And Commissioner, it's good seeing you. And I'm just going to read a statement now to close us out for this portion of the hearing. Just bear with me a moment. Okay, this will conclude our portion of today's hearing. I want to thank DSNY for being here. We'll move right into the next portion, no break, where we'll hear from the Department of Small Business Services. I asked my colleagues who will be joining us for the SBS portion of the hearing to remain in this Zoom with your microphone muted until we're ready to begin. Thank you again, Commissioner, and thank you to everybody at DSNY, and thank you to my co-chair, Councilmember Chair Reynoso, for the great job that you've been doing with the Department of Sanitation. I think for the full 8 years that you've been in the council, if I'm not mistaken. So thank you,
probably
Chair.
so. Thank you, Chair Drum.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you.
Looks like Chair Jonai is here and ready to go. Yes, and I believe
Hey, Chair Drum.
we're also joined by SBS, so
Okay.
we can start when you're ready.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon and welcome to the City Council's second day of hearings on the Mayor's executive budget for fiscal 22. My name is Daniel Drummond. I chair the Finance Committee. I think we did more than 2 days, but anyway, we are joined by the Committee on Small Business, chaired by my colleague, Councilmember Mark Jonai. Let me just see if I have a list of the council members who have joined us. Yes, we have Chair Jonai, Council members Rosenthal, Adams, Ampry Samuel, Ayala, Brooke Powers, Darma Diaz, Koslowitz, Chin, Dinowitz, Koo, Menchaca, and Riley, who are here. And we are joined. Okay, So we just heard from the Department of Sanitation, and we'll now hear from the Department of Small Business Services. In the interest of time, I will forego an opening statement, and I ask Chair Jonai to make his opening statement. Chair Jonai.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's remote budget hearing. I first want to begin by thanking my dear friend, Chair Drum, for all of the work that he puts in during these budget hearings year in and year out. It truly is a pleasure watching you navigate and keep everything focused, Chair. Thank you for all that you do. The city's a much better city because of you and the work that you've committed to making the city a fairer city. My name is Mark Jonah. I'm the Chair of Council Committee on Small Business. Today we'll be hearing from the Department of Small Business Service on their fiscal 2022 executive budget, which totals $317.6 million. The department's fiscal 2022 executive budget is increased by $137.3 million across all program areas where compared to the fiscal 2021 adopted budget. The overall increase in the budget is driven by a range of factors, including funding added for commercial lease assistance program, small business grant program, small business loan fund, NYC and Company tourism recovery, and accelerate small business reopening initiative. Both federal and city program funds have been established to assist small businesses. As such, this executive plan introduces an estimate of the city's spending related to its response and recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. SBS had previously launched 4 grant programs and 2 loan programs to disperse vital direct aid to businesses. Additionally, in the fiscal 2022 executive budget, a new loan fund program and grant program have been added. I'd like to learn more about the new programs from the agency and how it plans to focus on dispersing the funding equitably throughout the 5 boroughs to small businesses that are in low to moderate income communities and communities that have been hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. The city has recently launched Fair Share NYC, a program that will connect restaurants to federal relief funds. Prior initiatives, including Fair Share NYC PPP, which launched in January to connect businesses to PPP funds, and Curtains Up NYC, which launched in February to provide assistance to New York City live performance businesses and nonprofits applying for the Federal Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program. I'd like the agency to provide us with updates on how many small businesses have been assisted throughout these programs. In the council's budget response, we called on the administration to restore $1.5 million for the commercial lease assistance program, a program crucial for our businesses during the economic crisis. The program eliminated in fiscal 2021 as a result of the agency's reductions due to economic impact of the pandemic. I am very happy to see that $5.2 million has been added to SBS's executive budget for the commercial lease assistance program in fiscal 21 and fiscal 22 budgets that will provide expanded free legal services to help businesses negotiate or terminate leases or address commercial lease issues. This funding will help to expand outreach to small businesses in the 33 hardest hit neighborhoods identified by the Mayor's Task Force on Racial Inclusion and Equity that were disproportionately impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Additionally, the council urged administration to relax burdensome regulations and fines on businesses until they get on their feet again. I'm happy to see funding added to the executive budget for Accelerate Small Businesses Reopening and Opening Initiative, which is a small business recovery one-stop shop service to help businesses meet requirements for reopening through inspections, licensing, and permitting as the COVID-19 pandemic subsides. I strongly believe, like so many of my colleagues, that small businesses are the backbone of New York's economy and deserve and need much more assistance to get back on their feet. I also believe that every business that we invest in will yield a return on our investment as a city. We can no longer use the excuse of Washington. They have done their part, we must do ours. Hence, the council had called upon the administration to expand the small business tax credit by $50 million to ensure that it helps stabilize small businesses citywide. I'm disappointed to see that this expansion is not included in the executive budget. Given all of the hardships that our small businesses face, it is imperative that the city puts measures in place to assist in their recovery. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, and accountable to New Yorkers. As the chair of Small Business Committee, I will continue to push for accountability, accuracy, and ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that SBS will be responsive to the questions and concerns of the council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next few months to ensure the fiscal 2022 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. I'd like to thank Commissioner Doris for testifying today. I'd like to thank both my staff and the staff of the Finance Division for their help in preparing for this remote hearing. And most of all, I want to thank Chair Drum for all that he does during these budget hearings, year in and year out. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair Gronai, for your very kind words. It's really very much appreciated. And you are a true champion for our small business community. You have been fighting for them for your whole time, your whole tenure in the council, and probably even before when you were in the New York State Assembly. So thank you for all of your work, and you can be proud of your accomplishments. Let's now go to our committee council, who will swear in the commissioners, and then we'll ask questions after their testimony.
Thank you, Chair Drum. My name is Noah Brick, and I'm counsel to the New York City Council Committee on Finance. Before we begin, I want to remind everyone that you will be on mute until you are recognized to speak, at which time you will be unmuted by the Zoom host. If you mute yourself after you've been unmuted, you will need to be unmuted again by the host. Please be aware that there could be a delay in muting and unmuting, so please be patient. During this portion of today's hearing, we will hear testimony from the Department of Small Business Services. During the hearing, council members would like to ask questions, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be called on to speak. We will be limiting council member questions to 5 minutes, including responses. I will now administer the affirmation to the administration witnesses one time and then ask each witness to so affirm. Do you affirm that your testimony will be truthful to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief? Commissioner Doris?
I do.
Ms. Mallon?
I do.
Ms. Gross?
I do.
Mr. Schwartz?
I do.
Mr. Becker?
I do.
And Ms. Glover?
I do.
Thank you all. Commissioner Doris, you may begin when ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Drum and Chair Gronai, and members of the committees on finance and small business. As mentioned, my name is John L. Doris. I'm the Commissioner of New York City Department of Small Business Services, and I'm joined here by First Deputy Commissioner Jackie Mallon and members of our senior leadership team. As SBS, we aim to unlock economic potential and create economic security for all New Yorkers by connecting them to good jobs, creating stronger businesses, and building thriving neighborhoods across the 5 boroughs. SBS fiscal year 22 executive budget is $317.6 million, with a headcount of 323 employees. Of the 317.6 million, 32% or $101.6 million is a pass-through funding, which is not spent or managed by SBS. This includes $40.3 million for the New York City Economic Development Corporation, $46.2 million for New York City and Company, and $15.1 million for Governor's Island. The remaining $216 million, or 68% of the fiscal year 22 executive budget, is allocated for SBS programs. To meet the challenges of the pandemic, SBS created a small business recovery plan designed to jumpstart the economy in the short term while laying the groundwork for sustainable small business recovery in the long term. This small business recovery plan, developed in collaboration with business leaders, industry associations, and government partners, was based on 4 strategies to ensure an equitable citywide recovery. Support business innovation to increase revenue. 2, equip entrepreneurs to adapt and lower operating costs. 3rd, foster close collaboration with businesses to cut red tape and promote equitable economic growth and support diverse businesses of the future. During the pandemic, SBS launched 28 new small business initiatives. Our staff guided over 60,000 calls through our hotline, hosted nearly 700 webinars with over 52,000 attendees, and connected over 5,000 businesses to more than 147 million in city, state, federal, and private funding. Through our Fair Share PPP program, SBS provided technical support to 4,200 businesses as they applied for $300 million in PPP funding. Now there is a new level of optimism and hope in the city of New York, and we are very excited about this. We're seeing vaccinations are up, COVID-19 cases are falling dramatically, and the city is reawakening to a new renaissance for business growth and creativity. Thanks to the council's support, outdoor dining, open streets broadens the landscape and street activity, bringing new energy and vibrancy to our neighborhoods and enlivens the city streets. And with the subway's return to 24-hour service next week, New Yorkers will be able to reach out to their new and unique experiences, enjoying different foods, shopping at neighborhood stores, and connecting with each other again. At SBS, we plan to meet this optimism and growth with support for businesses and job seekers so they are poised to take advantage of the city springing back to life. To do this, we are dramatically expanding our services and will infuse $200 million directly into the hardest hit small businesses through direct grants and loans. We are certain that New York and its small businesses will come roaring back this summer. But as we've seen throughout the pandemic, if inequity is not addressed, it can quickly spiral and gaps can broaden. SBS 100 million grant fund and 100 million loan fund are designed to address this inequity and help businesses keep pace with the recovery. 50 million in grants will go to the hardest hit sectors like hospitality, and 50 million will target small businesses in low to moderate income neighborhoods. The 100 million in loans will go to underserved businesses, helping them access capital to invest in their businesses and meet their changing needs. Expanding our Avenue NYC grant by 1.2 million will give new LMI neighborhoods the opportunity to access and revitalize their commercial corridors and streetscapes. This dedicated 3-year investment makes neighborhoods better for those that live there and also draws people from other parts of the city. Returning the newly launched businesses will also need help navigating and reopening in their businesses. So SBS is adding $5 million in support services to help them cut red tape as they manage requirements, regulations, license, and general questions. We're also boosting our commercial lease assistance program with an additional $10 million to help business owners with free legal services. This will provide much needed technical support and with signing, amending, or terminating leases and dealing with disputes. Businesses also need a supply of workers to grow in the recovery and fuel the opportunities of tomorrow. Apprentice NYC receives a $1.5 million expansion, which gives New Yorkers the chance to learn while earning and build careers in healthcare, food service, tech, or manufacturing. The Career Pathways program provides $2.5 million for training underserved and underrepresented populations in web development, data analysis, and nursing. Higher NYC Construction Careers receives $1.5 million to connect NYCHA residents and low-income New Yorkers to real family-sustaining wages. And the program moves trainees through valuable pre-apprenticeship training and leverages the city's capital construction projects to maximize the numbers of entering the trades. With these boosts to skill building programs, businesses will have more access to the talent they need by tapping and elevating the resources we have right here at home. And New Yorkers who have struggled with unemployment through the pandemic will have a real opportunity to build a career in the growing industry. SBS will continue to innovate and adapt to meet the changing needs of the recovery and prepare for the opportunities of the future economy. But let me be clear, the recovery is far from over, and there will be many challenges ahead and more support will be needed. We stand ready with new tools at our disposal and with the excitement that our reopening city brings to fuel our work. Of course, none of this is possible without the incredible staff at SBS. I can't thank them enough for getting us to where we are today. I also want to thank the council and Chairman Jonai for your partnership throughout this difficult year. I look forward to your continued thoughts and feedback as we strive to ensure the city comes back stronger, more vibrant, and more equitable than ever. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm happy to answer questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. And let's talk a little bit about your budget and the long-term plan. So small businesses will need assistance beyond 2021 and 22 as a result of the impact of the pandemic. So has the agency forecasted COVID-19 related spending in fiscal 23 and beyond?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Certainly, we have added, as you see, the new programs here and some programs and opportunities that we will continue to have. For instance, our overall plan and how we're allocating the resources that we do have existing within our budget that's already baseline. So certainly, we look forward to expanding what we have, but the increase that we have for this year and partially and for next has been significant in our budget, which is the largest increase that we've ever had in our budget history. So certainly we are looking for long-term solutions as well as some of the short-term impact that you see here in the budget.
Chair Drum, you're muted.
Thank you. Is it in the 23 and beyond budget or not?
I believe we have some of our programs, as you know, are in the 23 and beyond. The loan and grant programs are in the 22 budget.
Okay, Commissioner, that's okay.
I apologize. Yeah, I was just trying to make sure that I get all that's in the 23, but we'll have the team on, just take a quick look before we end. We can come back with a
okay, or we'll follow up with you on it. Yeah. So does the agency believe its expense budget is sufficient to support small businesses as well as provide the city's job seekers with a full array of employment services, particularly now when the need is so great?
Thank you so much for that question. Yes, we do. Again, we, with an infusion of resources, both for small businesses, we have $100 million for a grant program, and $100 million. We're going to build a loan program and several resources for small businesses and for workers. Additional $6 or so million in supporting our workforce program, which is the largest component of our budget, makes up about 27% of our budget. And so, yeah, we believe we have sufficient resources. We're also adding headcount, I believe about 21 or so headcount to SBS. And so we are ready to take on the needs that we have right now.
So are you concerned about the city's economy rebounding quickly enough so that small businesses will be able to satisfy the terms of their loans? And if businesses might struggle to pay off the additional debt that they're taking on, I think I heard a report yesterday that 20% of small businesses within the city closed due to the pandemic, are no longer in business, and that those who remain are still struggling. So, those debts and those loans are still going to come due. What are you concerned about there? What are the concerns there?
Yes, certainly. Mr. Chair, I believe that there are ongoing concerns, and if you things that we want to make sure that we do. One, we've surveyed the businesses who have received our funding, and the majority of them are open. The majority of them are, holding up to their obligations. And if they needed additional support, a very small percentage, we were able to extend and be very flexible with the funds that we have allocated and allowed it to them. So we are on our end understanding that this economy is coming back. We are seeing signs of it coming back. We're seeing some of the projected closures not really living up. So, but we still see the challenge for some of these businesses. And so we do hear you on that, and that is a concern. But after we've surveyed our businesses who received support from us, and also continue to look really at the economy as it comes back, we feel very strong about having a diverse approach to our services that we provide. So grants and loans. Some businesses need higher dollars in order to advance, do what they need to do. Others will take the grants as well, even though they're a bit smaller, but that's a really infusion for them. So we're trying and coming up with new ideas, 28 new programs we've launched, and about to head into another series of programs to make sure that the investments that the city is making in our small businesses is being able to be sustainable after this period and beyond.
And thank you, Commissioner. One of the things that I've liked, particularly in my neighborhood, are the Open Streets program. So the fiscal 22 executive plan includes $240,000 in fiscal 21 and $2.2 million in fiscal 22 for the 40 Open Streets program, including 2 additional headcount. This program allows for some roads to close to traffic, allowing for more outdoor space for pedestrians and restaurants. So how will SBS use the allocated funds to carry out this program?
Well, thank you so much. And so, it's one of my favorite programs as well, the Open Streets program, the Open Restaurants program, the Open Storefronts program, really a testament to the innovation, right, that the city was able to do during the pandemic. We've got, 11,000+ restaurants in the Open Restaurants program, almost 800 businesses in the Open Storefronts program. And again, it's because of that innovation. And so SBS will support organizations who and CBOs who will be coordinating the closing of the streets, and make sure that monitoring and make sure that the activities are in accordance with what the community is desiring. And so that coordination will be able to support organizations with that funding. And of course, on our end, the headcount has helped us to manage all the activity that goes along with such a broad program and a broad expansion of a program that we all love.
So what will be the role of those additional employees? What will they be doing?
So they will be supporting the CBOs and who are working with us and coordinating with DOT, of course, our partner here in this program, to make sure that those commercial corridors have the support. The small businesses also on those corridors have support, understanding what the rules are, understanding how they can maximize this opportunity for them. So we're doing direct support also for those particular businesses on the commercial corridors where there's the open streets are.
Commissioner, can you just give me a sampling of some of those CBOs that you're working with?
Sure. Blaise, I'm gonna ask Deputy Commissioner Backer, maybe he can give an idea of some of the CBOs we are working with.
Sure, of course, happy to. Hi, Chair Drum. So I mean, obviously at this point, we haven't launched the opportunity to get that cash out the door yet, right? So it will be a grant that will be open both for FY21 and then FY22. But of course, we are talking very closely with DOT's public space unit, and essentially for our pot of funds, every nonprofit that is hosting sort of an open street that is on a commercial district that's supporting open restaurants would be eligible to apply for this money. So say Park Slope Fifth Avenue bid, for example, right? On Fifth Avenue is one of the open boulevards that was just announced, as well as Belmont in the Bronx. So any organization essentially that is hosting a commercial focused open street would be eligible for the money.
Okay, so a lot of bids, I hear you say.
Bids and non-bids as well.
Yeah. Okay. Will you share that information with us before you come to a final conclusion, or is there a way for us to know also what you intend to do with that funding?
Well, what I would say is that our goal is to get the money out as quickly as possible. Clearly, the FY21 money, these groups have already been hosting open streets in some cases as early as mid-March. So we want to get the money out there and reimburse them as quickly as possible. Our goal is to model it after sort of our COVID-19 strategic impact grant. So we can essentially, if an organization is eligible to apply for the money by hosting open street via DOT's process, they could then apply for that money in a very simple application process, and we would turn it around as quickly as humanly possible so we can get that money to them. So I'm happy to share whatever the council would like. I don't think the evaluation aspect of it will be highly simplified in order to get money out the door.
I'm just concerned about what you mean about the organizations that have been working with DOT. Those organizations, who are those organizations? Those are the CBOs, and
my understanding is DOT's open street application process is open to a nonprofit as well as a group of businesses that could come together to host it. So we will essentially take any entity that has been approved via DOT's process, and they would be eligible.
Okay, I got it. Thank you very much for that information. Sure. Let me turn it over to Chair Jonai for questions.
Thank you, Chair Drum. I just want to follow up on Chair Drum's question about the open streets and how we're going to decide whether it be these NGOs or commercial corridors. Who makes the decision? Are we going to have community input? Early on, when we had these open streets, communities were not afforded the opportunity, in particular community boards, and the impact was directly to those neighborhoods that they service. Are we assured there'll be more community input, that it won't be some NGO from out of the area that decides, this street looks great for the open street program? Commissioner?
Oh, yeah. So I'm sorry. I thought Deputy Commissioner Backer was going to respond. But
I was muted.
Go ahead. You can go.
I was just going to say, Chair Jonai, SBS does not have a role in deciding where open streets would be. So, right, that is DOT's role. So DOT's application process does that. What I was saying to Chair Drum is that once those have been decided by DOT, we would make those that are on commercial districts eligible for this additional support. So they're not having to use their existing funding for supporting open streets. But we're not involved in the process of selecting the open streets.
Well, Chair Drum, I'm going to ask that we stay engaged on this. I love the idea, but we also want to make sure that communities have input, and where we have the open streets program, that stakeholders have a say. We don't want to peg residents against commercial corridors and those that live and reside or commute to those neighborhoods that are impacted by it. So.
Thank you. And I think as I understand it better, I'll reach out to DOT on it as well.
Thank you, Chair. And like yourself, Chair, and as the Commissioner has often spoken about, I am concerned about our rebound. The 230,000 businesses in New York City that call New York City home. 20%, we've seen reports as high as a third of these businesses will not survive this pandemic. Our opening up these businesses is going to be the easier part. Making sure that they keep their doors open is going to be much more difficult. It's going to require more resources from us. And I can't think of a better platform or program besides the grant program to help stabilize our small businesses, Commissioner. Loans are great, but loans have to be repaid. And in this environment, those businesses taking on these loans, and most of these loans require personal guarantees, meaning that they're bringing in all of their assets, their private homes are at stake if those businesses fail. Commissioner, do we have any long-term plan to alleviate the personal guarantees on these loans that these businesses are taking today, with the intention of reopening and weathering this storm, that they are not going to lose not only their livelihoods, but their homes and other assets.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. And certainly you sort of mentioned and advocated, and we appreciate that advocacy pass and on these programs. We are in a process of developing this particular loan program with an investment from the city. And as you know, a significant component, a majority of the component of these loan programs is from the private sector. And so we will certainly be championing that cause there and speaking directly to our private partners about some of those requirements as much as we can. But as you can imagine, we want to make sure that we leverage the city's dollars and stretch them as far as we possibly can. And so again, on our existing loan products, and we've surveyed our recipients, we've heard from them. They are being able to meet those obligations, and we certainly want to make sure in the process that continues, because we, like you said, no one wants them to to be a negative impact on them for receiving a particular loan from the city. That's why we do have a diversified approach, both loans and grants.
Thank you, Commissioner. But these loans come with personal guarantees. They're risking their entire asset, including in many cases their homes, when they accept these loans. Why isn't the city doing more to perhaps take the responsibility of the personal guarantee of these loans on themselves? This should not be borne by those businesses. Our city has an obligation to making sure that we help these businesses survive, but ultimately, because of the change in the environment, whether it be consumer behavior changes, the internet, e-commerce, or other factors such as pandemic that has forced them down, shut down, that we don't allow them to bury themselves further in a hole and then risk all of their assets. This is our responsibility. That's the minimum the city can do.
Well, certainly, Mr. Chair, we agree on making sure that small businesses are surviving and that are coming back. That's this infusion of cash into our budget. We're very excited about, and also gives us an opportunity to advocate for some of these particular requirements, as you mentioned, when it comes to guarantees or interest. As you know, most of what we've put out has either been zero, actually all of it has been zero interest as well. So, we are careful. We're thinking about that. That is on top of mind as we design these programs to make sure that small businesses do have the opportunity to engage, but there's not a disparate impact on those businesses going forward. So we certainly would take in all of this into consideration and as we build these programs.
Commissioner, thank you for that answer. They're taking on these loans to survive. That loan has to be repaid. There's no guarantee that their businesses will bounce back, that they can afford to repay them. I'm afraid that we're spiraling in a downward turn here, and we are further burying these very small businesses. But with that, I encourage you to continue to look at options to remove that personal guarantee, take on the liability. The city should be taking on that liability so that we can ensure that they survive and that they're not forced to lose their home as well as other assets in the process. And the best way we can do that is by continuing to market and educate New Yorkers. If you truly care and love the city of New York, shop local, support your mom and pop shops, stay off of Amazon. If you're going to purchase supplies and products on the internet, please do so through a local New York City store. That tax base is going to be important for our rebound as a city. Those jobs, the economy, the tax base that they are, need that helping hand, and we need to educate New Yorkers on that importance. And I hope that you can tell me more about what you will be doing as SBS to educate New Yorkers on shopping locally?
Absolutely. Wow. You know, we have walked many corridors together and knocked on many of our small businesses' doors, Mr. Chair, and across the city. And I just want to say, you know where our hearts is when it comes to the prioritization of small businesses in the city. We've launched our Shop Your City campaign way back in November, encouraging folks even throughout the holiday season to shop locally. We've done many variations of that up to now, and we will continue to do that. We invested in marketing campaign. We've pushed out social media, in earned media, everything that we can possibly do to let folks know that we need them to shop at their local stores, at their local restaurants, retail businesses, etc., and do stay out off of the big box stores and really support our community, and that's our small businesses. So I do agree with you 100%. We have already invested, I believe, of over $1 million in this campaign. We have additional funding within this particular 22 budget, also for our Shop Your City campaign. So we are geared up to continue to invest and to let folks know and spread the word that we ought to shop your city.
Thank you, Commissioner. What measures is the agency taking to ensure there's an equitable distribution to small businesses in all 5 boroughs? We've seen early on that the grants and loans that were being provided through the city, either directly or through federal or state programs, did not make its way into every neighborhood equally. What are we going to do to ensure there's real checks and balances here moving forward? The money is already too limited. It doesn't go far enough. And that the minimal resources that we do have out there are not making it to those communities that need it most.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Jonah. And I just want to thank you for your work here as well, to make sure that we are focused on equity and making sure that we sort of infused our resources in every borough. So as you know, when I first came back in May, we started our 5-borough strategy, and it was really about how do we get the resources of this particular agency to every borough and address the needs that we can as equitably as possible. So we've been committed to that, making sure that those resources and even how we've designed programs, how we did outreach, how we're doing that even now also has been a very, very important focus. Our focus on LMI communities, our focus on the communities that have been hit the hardest, following the data. We've done that as pertains to where resources were going from the federal government and making sure that our programs are responsive to where the gaps are. So that's why we launched our program specific around LMI communities. Just as an example, 112,000 LMI businesses in the city, only about 66,000 of them got some federal resources. So you're looking at about 46,000 businesses who did not get anything. So if you look at our programs now that we're about to launch and sort of the initial descriptions and understanding of what we're looking to do as we design them, they are focused on low to moderate income communities. And I think that is in response, having a data-driven, targeted approach to make sure that we are getting to the folks out there who need it the most. And it really is at the core of what we are doing here. It's part of our mission at SBS, and certainly look forward to maximizing that as we go forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm going to ask a few more questions and then pass it back because many of my colleagues, I'm sure, have questions for you as well. But also when the city announces well-meaning programs to help small businesses, our businesses aren't even aware that the help exists or existed. Can you give more details on what outreach efforts SBS will undertake to make sure that these loans and programs are, that we inform those small businesses, number one. Number two, the pandemic affected the contracts the city has with not-for-profit organizations that you rely on, I believe. In particular, I believe in your opening statement, you mentioned Avenue NYC program. Here we are negotiating, hopefully we'll finalize this year's budget in the next month or so, those not-for-profits are still waiting for that funding from last year. So if you're going to say your educational components through your partnerships with chambers and bids and other NGOs, they're still waiting for the funding from last budget. How are we going to expect them to take on this responsibility now when they haven't been paid for the work or been given the resources to do the work last year?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for that. On the outreach front, we do partner with our nonprofit partners, our bids, our chambers. We do partners with our NGOs and others in the small business space. And we do partner with them to get the word out. We have worked with over 100 organizations during the pandemic to make sure that they receive information and then carry out our resources. We also have our business solution centers in every borough who also works along with those organizations and the community to make sure everyone is aware of our resources. And of course, we've invested significant dollars in marketing so that, again, small businesses are aware of what we are doing. And certainly on the contracts, look, I think you certainly are hitting a concern there, which I believe is very, very important. When we first came, into the pandemic, we had there was delays, as you can imagine, with some of the programs itself and even getting the dollars just allocated due to the fact of where the city was fiscally. So we have since spoke to and met with some of those nonprofits you're mentioning here, talking about who are having some difficulty navigating the process. Our team, our neighborhood development team, work with those groups, particularly on our Avenue NYC program. We do offer some bridge loans as well. We offer all types of resources to make sure that they're getting the results that they need. But certainly on these contracts, it is, it's been difficult for some of our grantees, but this is top of mind for us. We have already spoken internally. We met with them. This came up, as you probably heard or know, on our weekly bid calls. We do address these issues. And so this is top of mind. And we want to make sure that if a NGO is struggling, a community-based organization is struggling, one of our partners struggling to get the funding, we're there to support them and make sure that their contracts are registered, make sure that they do get the funding. And just to say, something that we did a bit differently during the pandemic that I think, we sort of adjusted how we did our contract and did some contract innovations, and where, we, in our SIG grants, our strategic impact grants, COVID-19 grants, we would pay the $20,000 up front and not have to wait for the reimbursement from some of those groups. So we've tried a few things to make some adjustments, but we will continue to make sure that, and certainly if there are organizations who are still having some difficulty, we're happy to work with them.
Commissioner, this is widespread. This is in the pipeline. This is federal dollars that have been issued that the city of New York has not gotten to the NGOs, as you refer to them, to your own partners. And I know of many of cases, and I'm sure you're aware of some as well, but this is across the board. The city, or I can't understand why, has not streamlined that funding. It's 11 months later. We're finalizing this budget negotiation, and those NGOs have not received the funding promised last year through no fault of their own. They're being told to run through, run in circles. It's all in a pipeline somewhere that no one understands. And I believe one of the quotes was, "It's in some black box. We just can't find the box." That was an answer an NGO was given.
Wow. Well, sir, I would love that is not an appropriate answer. So if that was given from our team, then I'd love to know what the and who that NGO is, so we can help them. That community-based organization, so we can help them. Look, we've met again with our partners across the city on this. As I mentioned, just recently with our bids, all 76 of them on a call. We did discuss the process. We are putting some new procedures in place so that we can further tackle this up front. But look, it is a challenge for some of our community-based organizations who are helping us as well. So look, we're working. Sure, there's more that we can do there. But certainly, again, we've done some procurement innovations, some different contracting innovations to speed up the process.
They haven't
Like I
sped up the
mentioned,
process, Commissioner. I apologize. They've slowed it down. The system was bad before. We made it a lot worse, and this across the board. I'm gonna, because I see that there's others that have questions for you, Commissioner. Can you give us an outline of the loans and grant programs, the dollar amounts that have been allocated, and how much has already gone through the system into the hands of our small businesses? And you mentioned a number of programs. Help us understand the dollar amounts and how much of those dollars have actually been distributed.
Sure. So total, this is out of our grant and loan programs you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I got the number here. So, we've supported a total of about $63 million has been out the door to small businesses in those programs.
How much?
I believe it's about, to date, what I have here is about 63 million.
$63 million in total has gone out the door for 230,000 businesses.
Yeah, so from the 4 grant programs and 2 loan programs that we've administered so far, we still have our interest rate reduction grant that is also open, and LMI as well, that we're still processing and getting monies out to businesses. But as of right now, I believe the total is around $63 million.
That's $273.91 for every business that calls New York City home. That's the breakdown of average. What's the holdup, Commissioner? It's a year. We're coming out of the pandemic, and what's the total dollar amount? So if 63 million has made it to the small businesses, what's the total dollar amount in the funds?
Yeah, let me again, so there's a couple things here. So there is programs that we've implemented. There's programs and services that we provided to small business to connect them to resources that were available on a federal level, private level, and foundation level. So let me back up. So the first thing is, the first number I'm giving you, that number is out of the 4 grants and 2 loan programs that we've administered directly. That's meaning that the city has done directly. That's the 63 million I spoke about. So there is.
Okay, what's the total of those loan programs? The total dollar amount that was budgeted
for our loan program, I think we've got another 20. One second, I apologize. Let me try to get the number here. So we've for our LMI storefront program, I believe we have about, I think, approximately anyway, we think 15 or so million, I believe, left in that program. But again, we have applications already, and they're being dispersed. So we're confident that we will meet the needs of that program. But we wanted to bring it up a bit to the broader issue of, we've helped over 5,000 businesses connect to 147 million. That's just in private, state, city, our dollars, etc. So that's $147 million into the hand of businesses. And that's through our work. Then on the PPP side, very specifically, over 4,200 businesses, connecting them and working with them to get 300 million in PPP funding. So I think, you know, from our loan programs, but also working with businesses externally to make sure that they have resources that are available, such as from the federal PPP program. That's over 4,000 businesses alone that we've helped there. And also coming back to state, local, philanthropic, private dollars, 147 million there, and 5,000 businesses we've helped to date.
Commissioner, maybe we can have someone look at those numbers so we can come back to them one more time. And the word connected doesn't mean that the money has made it into the hands of those small businesses. Because obviously you connected with the loan program and that money has not made it to the small businesses. And that's through your own programs. So I'm hopeful to sit down and talk a little bit more about these numbers. I want to turn it over to the chair or the city council staff so that the other council members can ask a few questions. And on the second round, I'll follow up with you on that breakdown again. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Chair Jonai. If any council members have questions for SBS, please use the Zoom raise hand function and you will be added to the queue. Council members, please keep your questions to 5 minutes, including answers. Please wait for the Sergeant at Arms to tell you when your time begins. The Sergeant will then let you know when your time is up. We will now hear from Councilmember Rosenthal.
Starting time.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you, Chair Jonai and Commissioner. Welcome, it's always great to see you. I have 3 sets of questions. First, in terms of small business assistance, how have you been conducting outreach to immigrant small business owners that are not connected to organizations like a BID or a Chamber of Commerce?
Well, thank you so much for that question, Council Member. So a few things we continue to do. One is to be out there in those communities physically, walking and speaking to those businesses. We've done that over 80 corridors across the city, thousands of businesses, door to door. I've been out to about 45 of them myself. And speaking on those corridors with those businesses, handing out materials, letting them know about our resources. Secondarily, from our website, our materials, all of them are translated as well into multiple languages to make sure that they know our hotline. Also, we have over, I believe, 100 languages that they can call and ask and speak to and get information on. And then our outreach team, 94, I believe the numbers actually, the corridors that we've walked in, and several this week, going back out again, this week and next to make sure that we can keep that work up.
So 5 minutes, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but just, sure. I don't have a sense of scale. When you say 96 quarters, or I've visited 24 stores, what do you think the universe is of stores where the owner is an immigrant owner, can't speak English, and is not part of a BID or a Chamber of Commerce? I just want to get a sense of scale. Do you think you've hit 10% of those stores, 20, 80%?
Well, I can't put a number on it. I would say that, over about 50% or so of our small business owners in the city are immigrant born, but, obviously
and
some speak English.
How many of those stores do you think your SBS has hit?
Well, we target LMI communities, which overlap with communities that do speak different languages, and also our immigrant communities. So that is where we've been. Yeah.
Yeah. So you did. Just to be clear, for the record, you haven't answered my question. I hear you target them. I hear you've gone out. I was asking, and maybe you can give it another time, a sense of proportionality, right? So what percentage of those immigrant communities has SBS been able to reach?
Well, I've
So
been, okay.
should we
We'll-
move on,
we'll-
or do you have an answer? Only because I'm on a clock.
Well, I believe I answered your question. I mean, we've targeted those communities
I've
that.
heard you
and-
say you do a lot, and I appreciate that. I'm just going to move on. I don't want to
Sure.
sort of wrangle over verbiage, but I wish you knew the answer. I guess I'll just leave it there. What is the next? I'd like to ask about commercial lease assistance. Do you have a sense, what is the demographic and regional breakdown of the businesses who have been assisted through the CLA?
Sure. The majority of the folks we've assisted in that program have been either minority or women-owned businesses. We will, if you give me a second, we can get additional, all the demographics for you. We can pull it up. Just need a minute to
Is
get
it on
that for you.
a public website for me to look at, or do you want to send the spreadsheet over? You can just,
Absolutely. We can get you that information. Absolutely.
okay, is it public information?
We've publicized this in press releases and the like.
You can
Yes,
send it over today.
absolutely. Before the
Where are the referrals coming from for people to get assistance?
Well, through our vendor has a robust operation where they do partner with community groups to do outreach and get referrals. The referrals come through our hotline. Referrals come from elected officials. Referrals come from community partners.
Time expired.
It's a multiple source.
Chair, I'm about halfway done. May I continue?
Absolutely. Please, Councilmember Rosenthal.
Thank you, Chair Joan. The pace will pick up, I promise. I'm wondering, why did SBS change the intake process to make the business owners go through the SBS portal? And I ask that because it adds an additional burden to those with limited English proficiency. And how does intake happen for those who need language assistance?
Yeah, thank you. So the portal is an opportunity for obviously for us to gather information on the businesses coming so we can better serve them. Again, all of our programs as required, if folks need assistance with language, we do grant that, and they're able to get those, get the resources that they need.
How would that even happen? So that they would know, like that, let's say they somehow know about the portal, go on there. Is it in already 10 different languages that they could find, or I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, if the language is requested, say for instance, if you call our hotline, there's a land-in, several languages there. Once you land, and it takes you to where you may need, and someone can help, and with interpreters waiting to join. So you call, you press a number, one of the prompts, and it takes you to get the translation that you would need.
Got it. So for many of these businesses, especially those where the owners don't speak proficient English, they've already been served court papers. And it's my understanding that if that's the case, then they cannot be helped by a CLA attorney. Is that correct?
They have not been serviced.
In other words, they've already been served with court papers. And they are being told that they cannot get help through the commercial lease assistant attorney program because they've already been served court papers.
Well, let me, council member, let me check on that and get back to you on that particular issue.
It sounds to me, I'm getting this question from advocates. It sounds to me like it's fairly comment. I appreciate your investigating it more.
Yeah.
The follow-up question to that is how many businesses were denied service because their case already had, a court index number, right?
Okay.
So in other words, the larger problem is that I'm sure, we have this in housing all the time. Those cases take a long time. They're harder. But especially for, non-English speaking businesses, they can land in a place where they've already been served court papers before they even know to reach out. So that's the point of it. And the finale on that is just, can you change your policy so that people who have already been served court papers can get the legal assistance they need for their commercial lease negotiations. Lastly, on inspections, Asian American business owners have complained of unfair and targeted inspection practices in certain immigrant neighborhoods. So I'm wondering if SBS is aware of it, if SBS already has a team that works to do outreach and, advocate for the businesses that have been given an unfair inspection, by the city, and whether or not the SBS has staff and how much to help business owners navigate through their responding to that inspection or any follow-up to the violations.
So certainly, thank you for that question. So yes, we do have a team of compliance advisors who work with the various businesses across the city. We actually launched a virtual compliance program this summer because of all of that's happening with the coronavirus and all the challenges that businesses having coming back, and the fact that we couldn't meet in person. At one point, we launched something virtual for them. We've helped, I believe, over 300 businesses there. So we do have a team of compliance advisors who do go around and help those businesses resolve the issues. We also have our hotline. Again, you call into the hotline. We connect.
Again, I just want to be able to let Councilmember Adams ask her questions, and so let me try at it from this direction. Have you heard that there's a problem with city inspectors making it harder for Asian immigrant businesses? Are you aware of that?
Well, I wouldn't say that I'm aware that the city inspectors are targeting Asian businesses. I don't believe businesses are being targeted or particular groups. I would say that we've launched the first ever Asian American Small Business Task Force here at SBS this year, who've met for some time, and we've addressed challenges from the community that was raised, and we certainly continue to work with that group every day. I mean, we're going out with them as well, and members of the group with other agencies to address those challenges. So we are certainly on top of this issue.
Chair Jonai, thank you very much. I guess I would just end by saying that the advocates would not, we'll fly running around. The advocates would not have sent me this question if it wasn't a problem. So, maybe you could check back and do a little more investigation on that. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Rosenthal. Councilmember Adams.
Starting time.
Thank you so much, Chair Drum. Thank you, Chair Jonai. Thank you, Commissioner Doris. It's good to see you. I just wanted to recognize the work that you've done in our district in 28. work that we haven't seen before as far as assisting us with our SBS walks. My community happens to be one of the most diverse in the city, if not the most, that speaks more languages than any other in the city. And we've seen you assisting Indo-Caribbean, Punjab, Indian, Bangladeshi, along the corridors in Southeast Queens. So I did want to acknowledge and thank you for that. To Councilmember Rosenthal's point, I am concerned, and you, before you got to where you are as commissioner, you were the king of MWBE for us. And my concern is still, and I know yours as well, with the MWBE community, how they will rebound after the pandemic, some of the work that SBS is doing for them to make sure that they remain alive and afloat. I'm very concerned about the harm that has been done to them, as Councilmember Rosenthal alluded to, the financial harm that continues as we speak when it comes to city and state penalties incurred on our small businesses. And I believe also that our small businesses and MWBEs are being targeted, by the way. I believe that. How is SBS assisting our MWBEs when it comes to the penalties inflicted, the cruel penalties that are being inflicted by them, particularly during this COVID season? We're talking sanitation, we could be talking signage. It's just a myriad of things that they could very well fix and are not given the opportunity to do so. They're just slapped with fines. I just wanted to ask that. And again, thank you for all the work that you're doing in Southeast Queens, particularly in District 28.
Thank you, Council Member. And I do echo the concern, which I think we alluded to earlier on around LMI communities, Black, Brown, Asian businesses, and the struggle that they're having during this time. I mean, the challenge for financing, the challenge to get opportunities certainly has been even more desperate for those communities. And I think it's been proven throughout, down to even the federal resources and initially where they were going and how they were being distributed. And I think that is not something that is lost on us. And so what we've done there is to make sure that we double down on how we present and design our programs. So as you alluded to, some of the direct outreach to those businesses in those corridors, and then also creating programs such as the ones we've proposed in $100 million for grants, $100 million for loans, with a component that's tied to LMI. So we know that there's an overlay of Black and Brown and Asian businesses in those communities. And if we target those communities, we will certainly reach them and help supplement some of the challenges that they're seeing, particularly, so for instance, Black businesses 4 times as likely to decline a loan right now in the market, twice as likely to close. So we have to double down our efforts there. Asian American businesses as well struggling. Even before the shutdown happened due to xenophobia, et cetera, we have our Asian American Small Business Task Force. Latinx, we've worked with the consulates for our Latinx businesses to work with them to connect them and get more into the community. We've done a tremendous amount of work there, but certainly there's more to be done. And when it comes to inspections and violations or summonses, as you know, the mayor set a reduction in fees and fines 50% for the pandemic. We've about 40%, and we've added another 73 or so violations to be cured to the list of things to bring that down to bring it up, to 50% to meet the mayor's mark by the end of the year. So we are on target to do that. I believe the council has a bill that we were supportive of and are supportive of to continue with the making sure that there's secure periods, et cetera, for small businesses. So we are in the trenches with them, and certainly our hotline and also our small business advocates and compliance advisors. We work to advocate with them and for them with other agencies that they may get a fine or summons from. So that work is certainly ongoing.
Time expired.
Thank you. I'll just also, I thank you for your answer. And I'll just also reiterate the concern when it comes to language and language access, language barriers. And that's just not with your agency, it's with all of the agencies across the city. So everybody needs to get a handle on that. It is sorely needed in the city. And again, I thank you for your testimony. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. Councilmember Koo has a question.
Starting time.
Commissioner, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you for your recent tour in Flushing. My question to you is about racial inclusion and equity. The administration guidelines seem to default to prioritizing the 33 zip codes and neighborhoods identified by the Task Force on Racial Inclusion and Equity. Flushing is still not one of those labels that needs to be included. While you can say all those programs, I know that none of the funding is coming to my neighborhood because we are not prioritized. So my first question is, our businesses were uniquely impacted due to racism and fear. A high majority of our local businesses are mom and pop stores who are struggling to keep their doors open. They are immigrant and NWB owned. And if you break down our demographics, 11355 and 11354 are working class neighborhoods. In addition, for the past 10 weeks, our COVID rates are the highest or second highest, continuously for the last 10 weeks. So when will our community be included on the list of impacted zip codes?
Well, thank you for that question. Council members, you know, I think I mentioned when I was out there again, that probably Flushing is one of the communities I've been out the most during this pandemic because of, as the situation as you stipulated there, we have had significant number of grants and loans in that, and we visited some of those businesses as well. But certainly, you know, we will certainly take that back. I mean, we don't set the neighborhoods, but certainly you've seen the emphasis we put on Flushing. Our partners at the Flushing Bid is also doing a fantastic and amazing job. We've worked with those businesses and really a significant portion of SBS resources have been deployed to that area. I started even Small Business Saturday out there, first stop, many times also going speaking back again to businesses who received our LMI storefront program as well. And so really across, you know, Chinatown neighborhoods across the city, both in Flushing, Sunset Park, Homecrest, Bensonhurst, Chinatown, Manhattan, Forest Hills, etc. You know, we've given out about 763 loans and grants and awards, over $10 million, I believe, to those areas and counting. And so, you know, just wanted to make sure, you know, we continue to do work there. I think we also expanded the Flushing Bid, as you know, and really doubled their assessment as well. So we're committed to that community and we'll continue to do more.
Yeah, but I want you to include Flushing as in one of the zip codes, because there are 33 areas the city prioritized, but you didn't target Flushing at all. And another thing is, I was told that at the Flushing South, which I have never heard before, is included. However, the zip code for Flushing South is actually Jamaica. So can you fix that on the city's website? There's no such thing as Flushing South. It's Jamaica, and they include that as Flushing. So I want you to prioritize and make sure like 11355, 11354 are in your areas.
Well,
and
sir,
also,
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No, I was just going to say, I will take it back to the folks who will be seeing that.
Also, this is the first time I heard you have an Asian Business Task Force. Can you share some information on it?
Oh yeah, that's the task force that Michael Fong runs for us. So that's the same one we're talking about. Yeah. So they've been out there with you as well, and me. You know, that's the task force I'm speaking of. So they meet. The task force has been meeting, I believe, since January. Meet every other week. We have members from the community. I believe elected officials as well. Others are on that, and we've done a lot of great work there. And your staff, I believe, is on. That's the same one. I don't know if the name is mixed up, but it's the same one that some of your staff members are on as well, and which we did some of the tours with. Yeah.
Time expired.
Okay, I have other questions. I either email to you or I call you later. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, council member, as always.
Thank you. I'm going to ask if there are any other council member questions, so please raise your hand at this time. I see no further hands, Chairs Drum and Jonai.
I know that Chair Jonai has some follow-up questions. Chair Jonai.
Thank you, Chair Drum. Rather than take up the questions regarding the dollar amounts that were allocated, how much more, Commissioner, perhaps I can follow up with you at a later date as we go through those numbers together and evaluate. I just see we can't get out of our own way. I receive phone calls, just like you do, day in and day out from small businesses saying, please help me. Where can I get a loan or a grant? And when I hear there's money still stuck in the pipeline, that it's not making it out to those small businesses, it really gets to me because I feel their pain. And I know that they really need the help more now than ever before. So we'll talk at a later date on the dollar amounts that are still in the system that haven't made their way to those small businesses. But I did want to follow up with, and Chair Drum, I'll share you on that as we begin continue having these conversations to make sure that every dollar gets out there. There's no reason for those dollars to remain in a black box or in a pipeline. You indicate in your opening statement, of the 317.6 million, or 32% of the budget, the SBS, is a pass-through funding, which is not spent or managed by SBS. There's an increase of 21 positions for SBS reflected in the fiscal 2022 executive budget when compared to the fiscal 2021 adopted budget. What are those 21 additional budget positions, and what programs are they associated with?
Yes, thank you, council member. So, yes, certainly. So the budgets are the lines are associated with the Open Streets program, the Accelerate Small Business One-Stop Shop program is 10 lines there. Our career pathways, so some of our workforce programs, 5 lines there. Our Avenue NYC program, some additional lines there. The commercial lease assistance program, and then some. We have some lines there, and then lines for the small business grant program to help us execute that efficiently.
Okay, so all 21 positions are direct services related to SBS and not through some pass-through.
Yes, absolutely correct. Yeah, that's all our lines.
Right, and the fiscal 22 executive plan includes $1 million in fiscal 21 to inform New Yorkers on new ranked choice voting system ahead of June's primary elections. Why is this? While this is very important, an initiative that we need to educate New Yorkers on ranked choice voting. I'm not sure how this relates to SBS primary responsibilities of helping small business. Can you clarify how SBS is a pass-through for voting media campaign?
Yeah, this is some dollars are added to our budget to help spread the word, marketing, advertisement, investments in language access, accessibility resources, direct outreach to community groups, MWBEs, small businesses, etc., around ranked choice voting.
Commissioner, with the problems that our small businesses are facing, when they're calling SBS or looking for guidance from SBS, it's not about ranked choice voting. It's about loans, grants, red tape, violations, tax burdens, how to reopen, how to stay open. We need to reprioritize what SBS should be focused on, and it should not be ranked choice. That is just mind-boggling to me, that this is your responsibility on educating New Yorkers on ranked choice voting. Commissioner, I think you froze.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Yeah, no. So look, as you know, our entire agency is focused on small businesses. This is what we do every day. All our resources, is put there. And so certainly we are focused there, and everything we're doing is focused on our small businesses.
But yet, $1 million ranked choice, the limited resources. I know. Chair Drum, we've got a lot of work to do. Commissioner, I truly appreciate you. We've been out there together. We've seen the pain firsthand. You've heard from those small businesses, those micro businesses on all of the issues that they're facing. We'll continue working together, and I hope this budget is going to be more reflective of the needs of our small businesses and their focus. They deserve it. They've earned it. We need to be there for them more than ever before. I am fearful of the city's future. I don't know what this new world is going to look like, but I do know this much. Our small businesses were in trouble before the pandemic. During the pandemic, through no fault of their own, they were shuttered closed. They had to reinvent themselves. We know that 20 to 30% of our businesses will not reopen. The only reason some of these businesses currently are open is because they're not paying rent. And the eviction moratorium, when that rent is due, when those loans are due, and the business is not there, our commercial corridors will be changed forever. We need to invest in those businesses today. We need to educate New Yorkers on shopping local, not ranked choice. That's not your expertise. Chair Drum, I pass it back to you. And we need to make sure that every dollar that we have in this limited loans and grants makes it to those small businesses sooner than later, not holding on to it or finding ways not to get it to them. Thank you.
Chair Drum, Councilmember Powers Brooks has her hand up. I don't know if she's currently available. Let's give her a second to see if she can come back to her computer. Oh, here she is.
Sorry about that. And good afternoon, everyone, and good afternoon, Commissioner. Just wanting to echo the sentiments of my colleague, Councilmember Adams. I first would like to say thank you so much for the time and attention you have paid to the Southeast Queens community. And in fact, you've toured the 31st Council District several times over the course of the pandemic, and it is much appreciated. And I'm looking forward to continuing to build on those conversations. I just wanted to emphasize and underscore the need for especially communities that have been hit hardest from the COVID-19 pandemic to ensure that we are paying a special attention in terms of the recovery to them. And so I'm interested in understanding what grants can be made available to the businesses that are located in, for example, communities that have been most impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. We know at the beginning, the PPP, 66% went into Manhattan, and I know you've been intentional in trying to correct that. But as we go into fiscal year 22, I'm especially interested in understanding what the course of action is to prioritize those communities.
Councilmember, thank you for that question. Certainly, it's with a pleasure to be out there in the trenches and walking those corridors with you and Councilmember Adams and Councilmember Jonai and all the council members that I had a chance to do that with throughout the pandemic. Look, we understand the need there, and again, as I mentioned, with the $100 million in grants We are prioritizing small businesses, micro businesses. We are also targeting LMI communities, low to moderate income communities, communities also that were hardest hit with the loan program. We're going to be reaching out to businesses that we know, as I mentioned before, 44,000 to 46,000 LMI businesses not receive any federal funding and support. All those sort of layered and geographically, if I may, in some of your districts and some other council members' districts. So we want to make sure that we prioritize that. Certainly want to make sure that they get those resources, and that's why we're designing these programs the way we are.
And thank you for that. Also, if I can ask that your agency consider creating processes that will remove some of the red tape and give preferential treatment to the communities that have like the hardest or highest positivity rates in terms of COVID-19. I know that there have been some businesses in particular, for example, in the Rockaway downtown area, that as a result of the pandemic have since closed their doors. Some are struggling to keep them open, but if there could be like a specific effort around that, that would be much appreciated.
Thank you, Council Member. And look, we have through our hotline, through our outreach, we've heard from businesses. I've walked that corridor many times during this pandemic as well, and I've seen absolute struggle that those small businesses are having, and spoke to them directly right there in the community. And look, I think we have additional funding in our budget for our one-stop shop cut red tape initiative that we are going to be building on as we get the resources in. And certainly we will make sure that we do target those communities to make sure to let them know that there are these massive changes coming, that the resources are going to be there. But we will say that we have a hotline. 60,000 businesses have reached out to us during the pandemic. We've helped every single one of them. And we want to make sure that businesses also know that they can reach out to us at any time and get that help and that support to make sure that we're getting through all of the red tape that they may run into. And so clarifying regulatory requirements, clarifying what they need to do. Our virtual compliance team is also available to make sure that those businesses understand the challenges that we understand the challenges they're facing, and also for us to help resolve those matters. We've done that, over 300 businesses with our virtual compliance team. And so certainly hear you on that. And we were going to certainly double down on that, is particularly with this new funding that we're receiving to do just that.
Time expired.
Okay, thank you. Is that Councilwoman Brooks Powers?
Yes, thank you so much, Chair, and thank you so much, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner, before we let you go, I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions about New York City and Company. So the fiscal 22 executive plan includes $5 million in fiscal 21 and $25 million in fiscal 22 to New York City and Company's budget for the largest tourism recovery campaign in history. What programs will be launched to assist with this recovery, and what will be SBS's role?
So, Mr. Chair, at NYC and Company, our budget, as mentioned, it's a pass-through budget for them. They'll be managing those programs. For us, we've worked with them on several programs such as Restaurant Week and also, specific marketing to different communities, our neighborhood getaways, et cetera. We are partnering consistently with them. But when it comes to management and how it's sort of formulated and the programs themselves, they will manage that. But look, I'm excited that we have an unprecedented amount of dollars going to telling the world that New York City is back, and was a recovery for all of us. So we're excited for our small business because this means a lot to them. got over 280,000 workers that are impacted by tourism. And as you know, as the workforce agency of the city, we're excited for that. And so the more, we spend and promote and let folks know New York City is back, I think it's going to be great for small businesses and be great for our workers in that particular industry.
Good, and I hope that you'll work with me or at least agree with me that it should be a 5-borough response in terms of the bringing back of tourism to all different communities, not just centered in Manhattan.
Absolutely. I'm a Queens, resident. I grew up in Brooklyn, sir. We are very excited about the outer boroughs, and we want to make sure that recovery is a 5-borough strategy that's we have embedded into our work here. So thank you so much for that, Chairman. I agree with you 100%.
Thank you. I see these before COVID, the tour buses used to come out to Jackson Heights, and people get off the bus from foreign countries and they would say, this is what diversity looks like.
Yeah.
So we have a lot to teach them in the outer boroughs as well. So glad to hear you're a Queens guy too.
Chair Drum, can I just add to that? Because
sure.
I'm going to remind the commissioner that in the borough of the Bronx, we have the New York Yankees, the Botanical Gardens, the Bronx Zoo.
That's right.
It should be on that radar.
No, absolutely.
All right. We got the Mets though, Chair Joe and I.
Nobody's perfect. It's okay. I understand. But they're not the Yankees.
Commissioner, did you want to say something?
Only that, no, I don't want to say as being a Queens resident and a Yankee fan. I'm living in both worlds.
Well, all right, Commissioner, thank you for coming in. We really appreciate it. And I'm just going to read this statement so that we can close out today's hearings. Thank you to SBS for being here. This will conclude today's hearings. Before we close, I'd like to remind the Finance Committee members that we will be meeting remotely again on Wednesday, beginning at 9 a.m. And we will hear from the Department of Education, the School Construction Authority, the Department of Health and Mental Health, and the New York City Housing Authority. As a reminder to the public, the committee will be holding a remote hearing for public testimony on the executive budget on Tuesday, May 25th at 10 a.m. If you would like to testify at that hearing, please register at www.council.nyc.gov/testify, and information about how to access the Zoom meeting will be emailed to you. You may also submit written testimony through that registration website or by emailing testimony@council.nyc.gov. And with that, I want to say that this meeting is adjourned at 3:12 p.m. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, Commissioner. And I will be meeting with my finance team shortly after this for the briefing for next week. Thank you.